Hey everyone. Tonight we're diving deep into the most perplexing, unexplained, and utterly terrifying mysteries that lurk in the darkest corners of our oceans. From massive underwater structures that shouldn't exist to sound so haunting, they've left scientists baffled for decades. From creatures glimpsed only once before, vanishing into the abyss, to ships that disappear without a single distress call. The ocean is Earth's final frontier, a place more alien than the surface of Mars and more inaccessible than the far side of the Moon. We've mapped more of the lunar landscape than we have of our own ocean floors. That thought alone should keep you awake tonight. So, before we plunge into these watery depths together, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you're genuinely curious about what secrets might be hiding beneath those innocent-looking waves. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's brave enough to join us on these midnight journeys into the unknown. Now dim the lights, grab something warm, and let's begin our descent into the ocean's most baffling mysteries. The ones that even the most seasoned marine scientists cannot explain. When you look out at the ocean on a calm day, it seems peaceful, predictable, maybe even boring, but that tranquil surface is nothing but a mask, hiding a realm so vast and unexplored that we've only glimpsed a fraction of what exists down there. The ocean covers 71% of our planet, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. Think about that for a moment. We know more about the surface of distant planets than we do about the majority of our own world. Every time we venture deeper, we discover something that challenges our understanding of life, physics, or history itself. In the crushing darkness of the Hattel Zone, where pressure would flatten a human body in seconds, life not only exists but thrives in ways that defy our understanding. In the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, electromagnetic anomalies continue to confound our most sophisticated instruments, and scattered across the ocean floor, structures and artifacts hint at histories and civilizations that no textbook has ever recorded. Tonight we're not just telling stories. We're exploring genuine mysteries, documented phenomena that the brightest scientific minds of our time cannot fully explain. These aren't myths or legends. These are real events, real discoveries, and real questions that remain unanswered. The ocean doesn't just hide its secrets. It seems to actively protect them, challenging us at every attempt to understand its mysteries. So let's begin our journey in the place where all ocean mysteries ultimately lead, the abyssal plains and howl trenches, where darkness reigns supreme and the weight of miles of water creates pressures that would crush a submarine like an aluminum can. Down here in the deepest parts of our world, even sound behaves differently, traveling for thousands of miles without losing its clarity. And it's sound where our first true mystery begins. A phenomenon so strange that it continues to baffle scientists more than 2 decades after it was first detected. In 1997, NOAA hydrophones picked up a sound so loud, so powerful, that it was heard by listening stations over 3,000 miles apart across the Pacific Ocean. The sound rose rapidly in frequency over about 1 minute and was loud enough to be picked up by multiple sensors designed to listen for submarine activity. Scientists named it the bloop, and what makes it truly mysterious isn't just its volume. It's that the sound profile matched that of a living creature, not a geological event. But here's the problem. For a biological source to create a sound that loud, the creature would need to be several times larger than the blue whale, the largest animal known to have ever existed on Earth. Some have suggested it might have been ice sieving from Antarctica, but the sound signature doesn't match known ice events. Others propose underwater volcanic activity, but again, the acoustic profile isn't consistent with volcanic sounds. The bloop remains unexplained, a massive sound wave from the deep that suggests something enormous moving in waters we thought we understood. And it's not alone. Other unexplained sounds have been recorded from the deep ocean, each with its own mysterious properties. There's Julia, a sound detected in 1999 that lasted for about 15 seconds and had similar characteristics to the bloop, but was never traced to a source. Slow down, another unexplained sound seemed to start high and gradually decrease in frequency over about 7 minutes, like something massive, slowly coming to a rest on the ocean floor. Upsweep, first detected in 1991, is perhaps the most persistent mystery. A sound that rises in frequency, occurs periodically, and has been detected consistently for decades, becoming stronger in spring and fall. These aren't just random noises, they're consistent, powerful acoustic events that our best oceanographers and marine biologists cannot explain. They hint at something happening in the deep ocean, something beyond our current understanding. Perhaps it's unknown geological processes, or maybe, just maybe, there are living things in the deepest parts of our oceans that we haven't classified, creatures that rarely surface and even more rarely make themselves known. When you stare into the dark waters of the open ocean, remember something down there is making sounds that shouldn't be possible according to what we know about marine life. And that's just the beginning of our journey into the unexplained. Let's move from sounds to sights, from the mysterious to the potentially impossible. In 2012, a research vessel mapping the floor of the Baltic Sea stumbled upon something that shouldn't exist, a perfectly circular formation approximately 60 meters in diameter with features that appeared almost manufactured. The media quickly dubbed it the Baltic Sea anomaly, and speculation ran wild. Was it a crashed UFO? An ancient temple? A natural but bizarre geological formation? Initial sonar scans showed what looked like a perfect circle with angular features extending from one side, almost like a runway or corridor. When divers finally reached the site, they reported unusual stone formations that seemed to be arranged in patterns inconsistent with known natural processes. Electronic equipment mysteriously malfunctioned when brought within 200 meters of the structure, something that shouldn't happen with a natural formation. Over a decade later, scientists still debate what the Baltic Sea anomaly actually is. Geological experts argue it could be a glacial deposit formed when ice retreated from the region thousands of years ago, but that doesn't explain the electronic interference or the seemingly deliberate arrangement of stone formations around the main structure. Others point out that the Baltic Sea was once above water, suggesting the possibility of an ancient human construction now submerged, but the technology needed to create such a massive, precise structure would have been beyond the capabilities of any known ancient Baltic civilization. The truth is, we simply don't know what lies at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, a natural wonder, evidence of an unknown advanced civilization or something else entirely. And the Baltic Sea anomaly isn't alone. Off the coast of Cuba in 2001, researchers using sonar equipment discovered what appeared to be an ancient city, complete with pyramids, roads and buildings, all submerged under more than 2,000 ft of water. Known as the Cuban Underwater City or the Cuban Atlantis, these structures lie in an area where no city should exist. Geologists estimate that the region hasn't been above water for at least 50,000 years, long before any known human civilization could have built such structures. Yet the formations appear too regular, too geometric to be natural. Some of the pyramid structures have been measured at nearly 400 ft tall, comparable to the Great Pyramid of Giza. Despite the potential historical significance of such a discovery, further investigation has been limited by the Cuban government and the technical challenges of exploring at such depths. The mystery remains unsolved, a potential city from a time before recorded history, before humans were supposed to have mastered such architectural feats. Even more bizarre is the Yonauni Monument off the coast of Japan, an underwater rock formation that features what appear to be steps, columns and walls with sharp right angles. Discovered in 1987 by a diver exploring the area, the formation has divided scientific opinion for decades. Some marine geologists insist it's entirely natural, the result of particular types of sandstone breaking along straight plains. Others, including some respected archaeologists, point to features like two-tone blocks stacked in what appears to be a terrace arrangement, and argue that at least parts of the structure show signs of human modification. Like the Cuban site, Yonaguni would have last been above water during the last ice age, at least 10,000 years ago, predating all known Japanese civilizations by thousands of years. If these are indeed human constructions, they rewrite our understanding of human history and capabilities. If they're natural, they represent geological processes we don't fully understand, creating formations that appear eerily artificial. Either possibility leaves us with a profound mystery, one that lies waiting in the darkness just beyond our full comprehension. As we continue our journey into the ocean's most baffling secrets, let's turn from structures to vessels, specifically ships that have vanished without explanation, often in calm seas with experienced crews. The ocean has swallowed countless ships throughout human history, but some disappearances defy conventional explanation. The SS Witter is often called Australia's Titanic. Though unlike the Titanic, we know exactly what happened to that ill-fated vessel. The Warras simply vanished without a trace in July 1909 off the coast of South Africa, with 211 passengers and crew aboard. The ship was modern, well-maintained and considered practically unsinkable, much like the Titanic would be described just a few years later. Weather conditions were favorable with clear skies and calm seas reported in the area. The captain was experienced with a perfect safety record, yet the ship disappeared so completely that despite numerous search efforts over the past century, not a single piece of wreckage, luggage or human remains has ever been found. No distress call was sent. No nearby vessels reported seeing the ship in trouble. It simply sailed into oblivion as though it had been plucked from the ocean's surface. Modern theories range from the mundane, a rogue wave capsizing the vessel, to the fantastic, a massive methane bubble erupting from the seafloor, instantly reducing the water's buoyancy and swallowing the ship whole. But without wreckage, all theories remain speculation, and the Warita keeps its secrets in the deep. Even more perplexing is the case of the US Cyclops, a massive naval vessel that disappeared without a trace in March 1918, somewhere between Barbados and Chesapeake Bay. The ship carried 306 crew and passengers, making it the largest loss of life in US naval history, not directly involving combat. Like the Warita, the Cyclops vanished in good weather conditions without sending any distress signals. The ship was heavily loaded with manganese ore, leading some to speculate it might have capsized in a sudden squall. But this doesn't explain the complete absence of wreckage or the failure to send any kind of emergency message. The area where the Cyclops disappeared is part of the infamous Bermuda Triangle, adding another layer to the mystery. Despite one of the most extensive naval searches in history, not a single life preserver, piece of wreckage, or oil slick was ever found. It was as if the massive ship, over 500 ft long and displacing 19,000 tons, had never existed. Naval historians continued to debate the ship's fate with theories, ranging from structural failure to enemy action. Though Germany denied any involvement in the disappearance, some point to the ship's outdated design and potential instability when fully loaded. Others note the strange behavior of the captain in the days before the disappearance, including unusual road changes and unexplained stops. But like so many ocean mysteries, the truth lies somewhere beneath the waves in darkness we have yet to penetrate. Perhaps most disturbing of all the vanishing ships is the case of the MV Joyta, found adrift in the South Pacific in 1955, completely abandoned but still seaworthy. The vessel had been carrying 25 people on what should have been a routine 2-day voyage in the Fiji Islands. When found 5 weeks after its disappearance, the Joyta was partially submerged but afloat. Its hull was designed to be unsinkable. The ship's equipment was damaged, but investigators determined this had happened after the abandonment, not before. All the ship's lifeboats were missing, suggesting a planned evacuation. Yet the sea had been calm. The experienced captain had sent no distress calls, and the vessel was actually off its charted course by more than 600 miles. Most chilling of all, despite being designed to carry over 40 people, all 25 passengers and crew had vanished without a trace. No bodies were ever recovered. No survivors were ever found. The only clues were a doctor's bag with several bloody bandages, and the ship's chronometer and navigation equipment were missing. The official investigation concluded with perhaps the most unsatisfying explanation possible. The fate of the people aboard remains a mystery. These ghost ships and banished vessels represent one of the ocean's most enduring categories of mysteries. Not just what lies beneath the waves, but what happens on the surface and conditions where experienced sailors should have been safe. Each disappeared ship is a reminder that for all our technology and maritime experience, the ocean remains an unpredictable force capable of making entire vessels and their crews vanish without explanation. Speaking of things vanishing without explanation, there's another category of ocean mystery that haunts maritime legends. Lights and glowing phenomena that appear on the open sea, defying scientific explanation. Sailors have reported strange lights on the ocean for centuries. From the legendary stunt, Elmo's fire, which actually does have a scientific explanation as plasma created by electrical discharge, to more mysterious illuminations that move with apparent intelligence. One of the most documented yet unexplained phenomena is what sailors call milky seas. Vast areas of ocean that glow with a steady white-blue luminescence, sometimes extending for miles in all directions. Unlike the more common bioluminescent displays created by dinoflagellates, which flash when disturbed, milky seas emit a continuous uniform glow that transforms night into an eerie twilight. These glowing waters have been reported for centuries, but scientists only recently confirmed their existence via satellite imagery in 2005, when a massive Milky Sea was documented off the coast of Somalia, covering over 5,000 square miles of ocean. What makes Milky Seas truly mysterious is that we still don't fully understand what causes them. The leading theory involves luminous bacteria, but the mechanism that would cause bacteria to create such massive coordinated displays remains unexplained. Why would billions of single-celled organisms synchronize their glow across thousands of square miles of ocean? What environmental trigger could cause such a massive response? And why do these events seem to occur primarily in certain regions, particularly the northwestern Indian Ocean and the waters around Indonesia? Even more puzzling are reports from sailors who claim to have sailed through these glowing waters and observed that they seem to extinguish the normal bioluminescent weight behind their vessels, as though the Milky Sea phenomenon actively suppresses other forms of marine bioluminescence. This characteristic hasn't been confirmed scientifically, but it appears consistently in first-hand accounts from different eras and regions. Beyond Milky Seas, sailors have reported more localized but equally mysterious light phenomena. Glowing wheels that appear to spin beneath the surface, perfectly circular patches of illumination that move against currents, and vertical columns of light that seem to rise from the depths. In 1909, the British ship Mohacan reported sailing through an area where wheels of light appeared to be revolving beneath the surface, with spokes extending 300 YD in all directions, and the entire formation rotating steadily. Similar wheels have been reported by dozens of vessels over the years, primarily in the waters near the Strait of Malha and the Persian Gulf. Scientists have proposed various explanations from bioluminescent organisms coordinating their displays to electrical phenomena, similar to St. Elmo's fire, but none fully account for the geometric precision described by witnesses or the apparent intentional movement of these light formations. Perhaps most disturbing are the reports of vertical light pillars, columns of illumination that sailors describe as rising from the depths toward the surface, sometimes approaching vessels before retreating back into the deep. These accounts date back centuries and come from all the world's oceans. Unlike most bioluminescent displays which occur near the surface where oxygen is plentiful, these light columns are described as emerging from extreme depths. The phenomenon doesn't match known behavior of luminous marine organisms. nor does it fit with our understanding of how light behaves underwater. Some researchers have proposed the light pillars might be related to geothermal activity on the seafloor, perhaps methane releases creating some kind of optical phenomenon. Others suggest they could be related to bioluminescent organisms responding to disturbances like underwater currents or predator movements. But, as with so many ocean mysteries, the evidence remains anecdotal. The witness is few and a phenomenon too unpredictable to study systematically. For now, these lights remain part of the ocean's vast collection of unexplained phenomena. Glimpses of something happening beneath the waves that we can witness but not yet understand. Now let's plunge deeper, literally, into one of the ocean's most persistent mysteries. Objects that seem to move through water at speeds that should be physically impossible, tracked by multiple reliable witnesses, and sometimes sophisticated military equipment. Since the 1960s, military vessels from nations around the world have reported encounters with unidentified submerged objects, USOs that demonstrate capabilities far beyond any known submarine technology. These aren't just sightings by isolated individuals. Many cases involve multiple witnesses, radar tracking, sonar recordings, and sometimes even physical contact with the unknown objects. One of the most well-documented cases occurred in 1967 when the USS Scorpion, a nuclear submarine, was allegedly tracking an unknown underwater object shortly before the Scorpion itself mysteriously sank with all hands. Official investigations blamed a torpedo malfunction, but some former naval officers have suggested the Scorpion may have been pursuing something it couldn't identify, something that may have played a role in its destruction. The evidence remains classified, the truth unknown. In 1972, multiple ships from a NATO naval exercise in the North Atlantic detected an unknown underwater object moving at more than 150 knots, 3 times faster than the most advanced torpedo systems of the time and faster than any submarine could possibly travel without creating a massive cavitation bubble that would have been immediately detectable. Sonar operators tracked the object for almost an hour before it suddenly accelerated and disappeared. Perhaps most compelling are the USO reports from the area known as the Submarine Cancer Alley in the Northern Atlantic, where both American and Soviet-Russian submarine crews have reported encounters with objects that move erratically through the water, seemingly unaffected by pressure, depth, or the normal constraints of hydrodynamics. Some of these objects have been observed entering and leaving the water, blurring the line between USOs and UFOs. Similar reports have come from Navy personnel operating in the Devil Sea east of Japan, another area known for unusual phenomena and unexplained disappearances. Japanese maritime defense forces have tracked objects moving from the air into the ocean depths at speeds exceeding 100 knots, only to change direction underwater at angles that would tear apart any conventional submarine. While skeptics suggest these sightings might be misidentifications of natural phenomena or secret military technology, the global nature of the reports across decades and involving adversarial nations makes the secret technology explanation increasingly implausible. What makes USOs truly mysterious isn't just their apparent technological superiority, but their behavior. They often seem to respond intelligently to pursuit, sometimes approaching military vessels before disappearing as if studying human technology. Naval officials rarely comment publicly on these encounters, but occasionally telling statements emerge. In 2015, a high-ranking Russian naval officer acknowledged that their submarine crews are instructed on how to handle USO encounters, confirming, "We have our own classification for these objects, and they are not considered natural phenomena." The ocean's depths provide the perfect hiding place for something that moves through water in ways our physics says should be impossible. Whether these are secret human technologies, unknown natural phenomena, or something more exotic, they remain one of the ocean's most persistent and well-documented mysteries. From objects moving impossibly fast through water Let's turn to something perhaps even more mysterious: patterns and structures on the seafloor that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of natural processes. In 2012, researchers mapping the seafloor near the Azores discovered a perfectly straight feature, extending for almost 50 meters along the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Not a trench or a ridge, a completely straight line, as though someone had drawn it across the seafloor with a ruler. Geological formations shaped by currents, volcanic activity, and plate tectonics simply don't form in perfectly straight lines over such distances. Yet there, it was defying natural explanation. Similar linear features have been found in the Pacific, particularly near the Mariana Trench, where perfectly straight lines intersect at what appear to be deliberate angles. These formations don't align with tectonic plate boundaries, underwater currents, or any known geological processes. When first discovered, researchers suspected equipment malfunctions or data processing errors, but repeated surveys with different technologies confirmed the features actually exist. Some scientists have proposed they might be related to previously unknown types of fault lines or magma intrusions, but these explanations remain speculative. Others point out the uncomfortable similarity between these patterns and engineered structures, though the scale would suggest capabilities far beyond current human technology. Even more perplexing are the underwater grid patterns discovered in various locations around the world, particularly off the western coast of Africa and in the western Pacific. These features resemble massive rectangular grids with evenly spaced lines intersecting at right angles, geometrically perfect arrangements spanning dozens of square miles on the ocean floor. One such grid, located in the Pacific near the island of Yonauni, extends for over 15 square miles and consists of perfectly straight lines intersecting at 90-degree angles with uniform spacing between the lines. Mainstream geology has struggled to explain these formations. Some researchers propose they might be related to crystal formations in the underlying bedrock, but this doesn't account for their geometric precision and vast scale. Others suggest they could be evidence of ancient artificial structures, though conventional archaeology places human civilization far too recently to have created structures now found under thousands of feet of water. Then there are the mysterious underwater circles, discovered off the coast of Denmark in 2008, perfect circles approximately 50 ft in diameter with evenly spaced ridges radiating from the center like the spokes of a wheel. Initially believed to be created by aliens, toxic waste, or secret military experiments, the truth turned out to be almost as strange. They were created by male pufferfish meticulously constructing geometric spawning nests in the sand. But not all circular formations have such satisfying explanations. The Baltic Sea, circles discovered in 2011 consist of multiple perfect circles on the seafloor, ranging from 10 to 100 mm in diameter, arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate placement. Unlike the pufferfish circles, these are carved into solid rock, not sand, and exist at depths where pufferfish could not survive. Despite extensive study, marine geologists have yet to identify any natural process that could create such formations. Perhaps most intriguing of all are the underwater roadways, long straight features on the ocean floor that resemble paved roads or runways, complete with what appear to be curbs and drainage channels. One such road, discovered off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, extends for over half a mile in a perfectly straight line with uniformly sized rectangular blocks arranged in a pattern consistent with human engineering. Conventional archaeology dates the earliest human presence in the Bahamas to around 300 US 400 CE. Yet the Bimini Road now lies under 1520 ft of water, meaning it would have been constructed when sea levels were significantly lower at least 10,000 years ago. Similar underwater roadways have been found near Cuba, Japan, and India, all exhibiting the same puzzling characteristics: engineering-like precision and locations that should have been deep underwater when humans were still hunter-gatherers. These patterns and structures represent one of the most fundamental mysteries of the deep ocean formations: that suggest intelligent design in places where, according to our understanding of history and geology, no intelligence should have been present. Whether they're the product of unknown natural processes or evidence of histories we've yet to uncover, they remain unexplained, waiting in the darkness for answers. Now let's explore what might be the ocean's greatest mystery of all. Creatures glimpsed once or twice, sometimes captured in blurry photographs or video, but never officially classified by science. The ocean depths are home to some of the strangest confirmed animals on Earth, from the vampire squid with its glowing photophores to the barleyish with its transparent head. But even these bizarre creatures pale in comparison to what some deep-sea explorers claim to have encountered. In 1968, the deep-sea submersible Alvin was operating near the Bahamas when its crew observed what they described as a huge aquatic creature, approximately 25 minutes 30 ft in length, with multiple tentacles or appendages. The creature apparently circled the submersible several times before disappearing into the darkness. No photographs were taken, but the crew, all experienced scientists, were adamant about what they had seen, and their descriptions didn't match any known deep-sea animal. In 1977, the Japanese fishing vessel Zuamaru hauled up a massive decomposing carcass near New Zealand. The creature, over 30 ft long, was photographed before being discarded due to concerns about contaminating the ship's catch. Analysis of the photographs has produced conflicting conclusions. Some marine biologists argue it was simply a decomposing basking shark, while others point to anatomical features inconsistent with any known shark species. DNA samples taken from the carcass before it was discarded proved too degraded for definitive identification. The mystery of what's become known as the New Zealand globster remains unsolved. More recently, in 2012, an ROV, remotely operated vehicle from an oil exploration company, captured footage of what appeared to be a massive jellyfish-like organism at a depth of nearly 5,000 ft in the Gulf of Mexico. The creature, estimated to be over 100 ft in length, with intricate bioluminescent appendages arranged in geometric patterns, didn't match any known species. Marine biologists who reviewed the footage suggested it might be a new type of siphoner, a colonial organism like the Portuguese man of war, but acknowledged that its size and structure were unlike any documented species. The oil company declined to release the original high-resolution footage, citing proprietary technology concerns, leaving researchers with only screen captures and descriptions from witnesses. Perhaps most persistent are the reports of massive squid-like creatures far larger than the confirmed giant squid, which itself was considered mythical until the late 19th century. Numerous accounts from submarine crews describe encounters with squid-like creatures estimated at 100 ms, 150 ft in length, several times larger than the largest confirmed giant squid at 43 ft. These reports often include descriptions of unusual features not seen in known cephalopods, such as complex bioluminescent patterns, unusual tentacle arrangements, or strange behavioral characteristics. While most marine biologists remain skeptical of such accounts, pointing to the tendency for underwater observations to distort size and perspective, some researchers note that the deep ocean remains so unexplored that ruling out the existence of such creatures would be premature. As one oceanographer famously remarked, "We've explored less than 5% of the ocean. The other 95% could hide almost anything." This brings us to perhaps the most controversial category of unconfirmed marine creatures, those that resemble descriptions of mythological sea monsters from various cultures. From the Norse kraken to the Polynesian taniha, from the Chinese dragon kings to the Greek Cetus, almost every maritime culture has legends of enormous ocean predators with specific consistent characteristics. While folklore and mythology certainly play a role in these legends, some researchers in the field of cryptozoology argue that they may have originated from real encounters with unusual marine animals. They point to the case of the oarfish, a bizarre ribbon-like fish that can grow up to 30 ft long and likely inspired many sea serpent sightings throughout history. The oarfish was considered mythical by Western science until specimens began washing ashore in the 19th century. Similar scientific skepticism once surrounded the giant squid, the megamouth shark, and the coelacanth, all once dismissed as fishermen's tales before being confirmed by science. What other mythical creatures might be swimming in the 95% of the ocean we've yet to explore? The truth is, the deep ocean represents the largest and least explored habitat on Earth, with new species being discovered on almost every deep-sea expedition. The creatures we've confirmed from these depths, from the fangtooth to the gulper eel, from the black swallower to the viper fish, are strange enough to challenge our imagination. What else might be waiting in the darkness, glimpsed occasionally by submersibles or fishing vessels, but still eluding scientific classification? As one marine biologist put it, if you imagine the strangest creature possible, then doubled its strangers, you'd still fall short of some of the actual animals we've discovered in the deep ocean. The mystery of what truly lives in the deepest parts of our oceans remains one of the most tantalizing, unanswered questions in all of natural science. Now let's explore what might be the most unsettling ocean mystery of all: the underwater graveyards where ships, planes, and occasionally people seem drawn by some inexplicable force. Scattered across the world's oceans are areas where maritime disasters seem to cluster with unusual frequency, zones where vessels sink in calm weather, where navigation equipment fails without explanation, and where rescuers sometimes find ships completely abandoned, crews vanished without trace. The most famous of these is undoubtedly the Bermuda Triangle, that roughly triangular area of the Atlantic Ocean bordered by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Since the mid-9th century, this region has been associated with the disappearance of dozens of ships and aircraft, often in good weather and without distress calls. What makes the Bermuda Triangle truly mysterious isn't just the number of disappearances, but the circumstances surrounding them. Take the case of Flight 19, 5 Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers that vanished during a routine training mission in December 1945, taking with them 14 experienced airmen. Their last radio transmissions indicated confusion about their position, with the flight leader heard saying, "Everything looks strange, even the ocean, and we are entering white water. Nothing seems right." All 5 aircraft disappeared without a trace, and a search plane sent to find them. A Martin PBM Mariner with a crew of 13 also vanished the same day. Despite one of the largest air and sea searches in history, no debris from either Flight 19 or the search aircraft was ever found. Skeptics point to treacherous weather conditions and human error as the likely explanation, but this doesn't account for the complete absence of wreckage or the bizarre final communications. Even more puzzling is the case of the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a 524 FT tanker that disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle in February 1963 with 39 crew members aboard. Despite calm seas and good weather, the ship vanished without sending any distress signals. The only trace ever found was a small amount of debris, a life jacket, some broken pieces of wood, and a few life preservers, but no oil slick, no major wreckage, and no bodies. The Coast Guard investigation concluded that the ship likely exploded and sank rapidly, but couldn't explain the lack of an oil slick or significant debris field that should have resulted from such a catastrophic event. What makes these disappearances particularly mysterious is that the Bermuda Triangle isn't unique. Similar maritime graveyards exist in other parts of the world, each with their own catalogue of inexplicable disasters. The Devil's Sea, or Dragon's Triangle, east of Japan, has a history of disappearances stretching back centuries, claiming so many Japanese vessels that the government officially declared it a danger zone in the 1950s. The Formosa Triangle near Taiwan, the Sargasso Sea in the North Atlantic, and the South Atlantic anomaly all share similar characteristics. Navigational instrument failures, electronic malfunctions, and vessels that vanish without explanation. Scientists have proposed various explanations for these maritime mysteries. from methane gas eruptions that could reduce water, buoyancy to unusual magnetic anomalies that interfere with navigation. Equipment. Geologists have documented large deposits of methane hydrates on the continental shelf within the Bermuda Triangle, lending some credence to the methane theory. Magnetic surveys have indeed detected unusual variations in the Earth's magnetic field in several of these areas, which could potentially affect compass readings. But these explanations, while plausible for individual incidents, struggle to account for the full range of disappearances and anomalies reported in these regions over decades or centuries. They don't explain the complete absence of wreckage in many cases, the sudden cessation of radio communications, or the reports of electronic and mechanical failures that often precede disappearances. Perhaps most disturbing are the accounts from vessels that travel through these areas and survive to report unusual phenomena. Compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems showing impossible positions, radios picking up transmissions from ships that disappeared years or decades earlier. In 1974, the captain of a yacht passing through the Bermuda Triangle reported that his electronic equipment failed completely for several hours, during which time the sea turned an unusual milky white color, and his crew experienced symptoms of disorientation and memory loss. When the phenomenon passed, they discovered they had traveled over 100 meters off course with no one remembering changing direction. Whether these maritime graveyards represent natural phenomena we don't yet understand or something more mysterious, they remain one of the ocean's most persistent enigmas, areas where the normal rules of navigation, physics, and sometimes reality itself seem to waver. Speaking of reality wavering, let's explore a category of ocean mystery that ventures into truly strange territory. Time slips and temporal anomalies reported by ships and aircraft over the open ocean. While such accounts might sound like science fiction, they come from credible witnesses, including military personnel, commercial pilots, and experienced sailors, often supported by radar data or communications records. In 1970, a British Airways pilot flying over the North Atlantic reported that his aircraft suddenly entered what he described as a cloud of light, after which the ocean below appeared to change color and configuration. For approximately 20 minutes, all radio contact with air traffic control was lost. Despite the aircraft's communication systems appearing to function normally, when contact was re-established, the pilot discovered that according to his instruments, the aircraft had traveled nearly 800 kilometers in those 20 minutes, a speed far beyond the capability of his Boeing 747. More disturbingly, air traffic control records showed the aircraft had disappeared from radar during that same period. Similar incidents have been reported by ships, particularly in areas like the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea. In 1992, a Japanese research vessel reported that while taking ocean floor samples near Guam, the crew experienced what the captain described as a temporal discontinuity. According to multiple crew members, the ship was enveloped in an unusual fog for approximately 18 minutes, during which electronic equipment malfunctioned and crew members reported feeling disoriented. When the fog cleared, navigational instruments indicated the vessel had somehow moved more than 20 nautical miles from its previous position, a distance that would have required hours to travel at the ship's maximum speed. Perhaps most famous is the case of the USS Reg, allegedly involved in the Philadelphia experiment of 1943, a purported military test of experimental technology that supposedly rendered the ship invisible and may have briefly teleported it from Philadelphia to Norfolk, Virginia. While most historians dismiss the Philadelphia experiment as urban legend, declassified documents confirm the Navy was conducting research into magnetic deossing technology to make ships less vulnerable to magnetic mines, lending a kernel of truth to the story. What makes these temporal anomaly reports particularly interesting is their consistency across decades and geographical locations. The descriptions often include similar elements: unusual fog or light, equipment malfunctions, disorientation among crew, and displacement in either space or time. Some researchers have proposed these, Experiences might be related to little understood atmospheric phenomena like ball lightning or electromagnetic anomalies created by the interaction of oceanic currents with the Earth's magnetic field. Others suggest they could be perceptual illusions caused by unusual weather conditions combined with the disorienting effects of being surrounded by an unchanging ocean landscape. But these explanations struggle to account for the physical displacement of vessels and aircraft, documented by radar and GPS, or the consistent patterns in witness accounts from people who had no contact with each other and no knowledge of previous similar incidents. Whatever the cause, these temporal anomalies represent one of the ocean's most bizarre mysteries. Moments when something about the open sea seems to bend not just space but time itself. From temporal anomalies, let's dive deeper into another persistent ocean mystery: underwater lights and structures that appear and disappear without explanation. Since the early days of submarine exploration, crews have reported witnessing unusual light phenomena in deep waters where no light should exist. These aren't the familiar bioluminescent displays of shallow water organisms, but structured, sustained illuminations at depths where photosynthesis is impossible and most forms of bioluminescence unlikely. In the 1960s, the deep diving submersible Alvin documented unexplained light sources at depths exceeding $3,000 out in the Atlantic. Steady bluish-white illuminations that appeared to move independently of currents and demonstrated patterns inconsistent with known bioluminescent organisms. Similar phenomena have been reported by Russian, Chinese, and American submarine crews operating in the Pacific depths, particularly near underwater mountain ranges and trench systems. What makes these deep light phenomena particularly mysterious is that they often appear to respond intelligently to the presence of submersibles or ROVs, sometimes approaching the vessels before retreating or changing pattern and intensity when observed. In 1978, a Russian deep-sea research vessel operating near the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench reported that a network of pulsing lights followed the ship for more than 30 minutes, maintaining a constant distance despite the vessel's changes in speed and direction. When the submarine turned off its external lights, the mysterious illuminations reportedly arranged themselves in a geometric pattern before disappearing into the depths. Even more inexplicable are the reports of underwater structures that appear solid and substantial when first discovered, only to disappear when researchers returned to document them. In 1997, a Canadian geological survey team using side-scan sonar to map the seafloor near Vancouver Island discovered what appeared to be a perfectly rectangular structure approximately 300 meters long and 60 meters wide, standing about 30 above the ocean floor. The structure was notable for its geometric precision and its orientation aligned exactly with the cardinal directions, despite sitting in an area known for strong shifting underwater currents that should have affected its formation. When the team returned 3 days later with more sophisticated equipment to investigate the anomaly, they found nothing but flat sea floor where the structure had been. Multiple passes with different sonar systems showed no trace of the massive formation, nor any evidence that it had collapsed or been covered by sediment. It had simply vanished. Similar disappearing structures have been documented in the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, and particularly in the waters around Japan and the Eastern Caribbean. In many cases, the initial discoveries made with reliable equipment operated by experienced personnel. Yet, subsequent investigations find no trace of the reported structures. Some researchers have proposed that these phenomena might be related to little understood properties of deep-sea environments, perhaps temporary methane hydrate formations or unusual mineral precipitations that can form and dissolve under certain conditions. Others suggest they might be perceptual or equipment artifacts created by the interaction of sonar with thermoclines or density layers in the water. But these explanations struggle to account for structures documented by multiple sensor systems, simultaneously, or phenomena observed visually by human operators of submersibles. Whatever their cause, these appearing and disappearing lights and structures represent one of the ocean's most persistent enigmas, things that seem to exist one moment and vanish the next, challenging our understanding of what's real and permanent in the deep-sea environment. Let's now explore what might be the most fundamental ocean mystery of all: underwater sounds and signals that suggest communication or activity from unknown sources. Since the Cold War, when navies began placing sophisticated hydrophone networks across the ocean floors to track submarine movements, we've been recording the ocean soundscape and discovering that it contains patterns we cannot explain. Beyond the already mentioned bloop and other unexplained sounds, researchers have detected what appear to be artificial signals and structured communications from locations where no human activity is taking place. In the 1960s, American SO's sound surveillance system hydrophones in the North Atlantic began picking up unusual acoustic patterns that mimicked artificial sonar, but came from locations where no vessels were operating. These phantom sonar returns typically consisted of precise, regularly spaced pulses that would continue for hours or days before ceasing abruptly. What made them particularly puzzling was their power and range. They were detected simultaneously by hydrophones thousands of miles apart, suggesting a source of incredible acoustic strength. Yet, no known human technology could generate such powerful signals without being immediately obvious to surface vessels or surveillance systems. Similar phantom signals have been detected by Russian, Chinese, and NATO acoustic monitoring systems across all the world's major oceans, with particularly strong and frequent occurrences in the deep basins of the Pacific and the boundary areas between major tectonic plates. Even more mysterious are what researchers call structured sequence signals, complex acoustic patterns that exhibit characteristics of encoded information with consistent rhythms and frequency shifts that resemble artificial communication more than natural phenomena. These sequences often continue for weeks or months, stop abruptly, then resume with subtle variations that suggest an evolving pattern rather than a cyclical, natural process. In 1997, NOAA hydrophones in the equatorial Pacific recorded a series of such signals continuing for 94 days, consisting of precisely timed pulses grouped in what appeared to be intentional sequences. Mathematical analysis of the patterns revealed structural similarities to prime number sequences and Fibonacci series, mathematical relationships that rarely occur in natural systems but are often used in human-designed codes. Yet, the signals came from a location nearly 1,000 miles from the nearest human infrastructure and waters too deep for any known submersible to operate for extended periods. What makes these acoustic mysteries particularly compelling is that they've been consistently documented for decades by sophisticated monitoring systems designed for military surveillance technologies, specifically engineered to distinguish between natural ocean sounds and artificial signals. These aren't the vague recordings of amateur researchers, but precise acoustic data captured by multi-billion-dollar defense systems and analyzed by experts in underwater acoustics and signal intelligence. Some researchers have proposed that the signals might be generated by previously unknown geological processes, perhaps related to movements of magma or methane deep beneath the seafloor. Others suggest they could be artifacts of interaction between ocean currents and underwater topography, creating resonance patterns that mimic artificial signals. But these explanations struggle to account for the mathematical structure observed in many of the sequences, or their apparent evolution over time in ways that suggest adaptation or response. More speculative theories propose that the signals might be related to unknown marine species with advanced communication abilities, or even remnant technologies from prehistoric civilizations activated by shifting ocean conditions. Whatever their source, these unexplained acoustic patterns represent one of the ocean's most persistent mysteries, suggestions of communication or technology in places where, according to our understanding of the world, no communicators or technologists should exist. From the perspective of mainstream science, these are probably just unusual natural phenomena we don't yet understand. But when you're alone on a ship at night with miles of dark water beneath you, and the sonar picks up something pulsing in sequence from the depths. The line between the natural and the artificial, between the known and the unknown, becomes unsettlingly thin. Now, let's explore one of the most controversial ocean mysteries, underwater ruins, and artifacts that suggest human civilization may have reached advanced stages long before conventional archaeology acknowledges. While mainstream archaeology places the development of complex human civilizations within the past 10,000 years, the ocean floor occasionally yields evidence that challenges this timeline. Structures, tools, and artifacts found at depths that would place their creation during the last ice age or earlier, when sea levels were significantly lower than today. In 2001, researchers using advanced sonar equipment discovered what appeared to be complex structures in the Gulf of Cat, formerly known as the Gulf of Cam off the western coast of India. The formations, located 120 feet underwater, stretched for several miles and included what seemed to be the remains of massive stone walls, drainage systems, and even a dam. Initial analysis of artifacts recovered from the site suggested they were at least 9,500 years old, several thousand years older than the earliest known complex civilizations in the region. More controversial still, the structures would have been underwater for approximately 9,000 years, placing their construction during a time when humans were supposedly still hunter-gatherers, not builders of cities. Indian archaeologists who examined the sonar images and recovered artifacts suggested they had discovered the remains of a previously unknown ancient civilization predating Mesopotamia and Egypt. Skeptics argued the formations were natural, and the artifacts had been misinterpreted or misdated. The controversy continues with insufficient funding for the extensive underwater excavations that would be needed to resolve the question definitively. Similar underwater formations have been discovered off the coasts of Japan, Cuba, Spain, and throughout the Mediterranean. Geometric structures now submerged at depths that would have placed them underwater, thousands of years before humans supposedly developed the engineering skills to create such works. The Unnauni monument near Japan, mentioned earlier, exhibits features so similar to human architecture that some researchers insist it must be at least partially artificial, despite being submerged for at least 10,000 years. What makes these potential ancient ruins particularly mysterious isn't just their age, but their geographic distribution. Similar underwater structures have been found across thousands of miles of ocean, suggesting that if they are indeed artificial, they might represent a global maritime civilization that existed before conventional history begins. Even more puzzling are the occasional discoveries of seemingly advanced artifacts from the deep ocean, objects that display manufacturing techniques or materials inconsistent with their apparent age. In 1970, a Greek sponge diver discovered what would later be called the anti-Cather mechanism, a bronze device of such mechanical complexity that nothing comparable would be created again for more than 1,000 years. Found in a 210-year-old shipwreck, the mechanism contains dozens of precisely engineered bronze gears arranged in a sophisticated differential system that accurately models the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. The technology needed to create such a device was thought to have been developed in the 16th century, not the 1st century BCE. Its discovery fundamentally altered our understanding of ancient Greek technological capabilities and raised questions about what other advanced knowledge might have been lost to time. In 1936, a more controversial artifact was allegedly recovered from a deep-sea core sample. Taken near the Azores, a small metallic object resembling a spark plug encased in rock that was determined to be 12,000 years old, known as the Koso artifact. It contained what appeared to be a ceramic insulator and a copper sheath surrounding a metal shaft, components resembling modern electrical equipment found in rock that predated human civilization by tens of thousands of years. Skeptics have suggested the artifact was actually a 1920 Sarah spark plug that had been recently encased in concretion through natural processes. But testing has been inconclusive and the original object has since been lost. Even mainstream archaeology occasionally yields underwater discoveries that force revisions to our understanding of human history. The discovery of Pavopetri off the coast of Greece, a complete Bronze Age city now submerged under 13 ft of water, demonstrated that ancient civilizations were more sophisticated in urban planning and engineering than previously believed. The underwater excavation of Port Royal, Jamaica, a city swallowed by the sea during an earthquake in 1692, has provided unprecedented insights into daily life in a 17th century port preserved by the ocean in ways impossible on land. These confirmed underwater discoveries raise an intriguing question. If Theocean can preserve such detailed evidence of known civilizations, what other historical secrets might it be hiding in deeper, less accessible locations? The ocean floor represents one of Arche's final frontiers, a vast museum of human history preserved beneath the waves, most of it still unexplored, potentially holding evidence that could rewrite our understanding of when, where, and how human civilization developed. Speaking of rewriting our understanding, let's explore another persistent ocean mystery, what I'll call convergence zones, locations where multiple unexplained phenomena seem to cluster with unusual frequency. While the Bermuda Triangle might be the most famous such zone, researchers have identified at least a dozen similar regions across the world's oceans where mysterious disappearances, equipment malfunctions, unusual weather, and unexplained sightings occur with statistically significant frequency. What makes these convergence zones particularly interesting is that they often share specific geographical and geological characteristics. They tend to be located over deep oceanic trenches or along the boundaries of tectonic plates in areas with unusual magnetic properties or significant geothermal activity. The Devil's Sea east of Japan sits directly above a complex system of tectonic boundaries where multiple crustal plates meet, creating one of the most geologically active regions on Earth. The Bermuda Triangle encompasses not just a major oceanic current system, but also some of the deepest trenches in the Atlantic and areas of significant methane hydrate deposits, the South Atlantic. Anomaly overlaps with a region where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the planet's surface, creating a zone of heightened electromagnetic activity. In each of these regions, ships and aircraft have reported remarkably similar experiences: sudden equipment failures, compass and navigational anomalies, unusual weather appearing and disappearing rapidly, and in some cases, distortions of time and space perception. What makes these reports credible isn't just their consistency, but the fact that many come from military or commercial operators, professional pilots, ship captains, and navigators trained to remain calm and observant under stress. In 1969, a Pan American 707 flying through the edge of the Bermuda Triangle experienced what the captain described as a complete electronic failure for approximately 11 minutes, during which time the aircraft's position, according to ground-based radar, shifted by over 100 millimeters, a displacement impossible at the aircraft's speed. When electronic systems resumed functioning, the aircraft was precisely where it should have been according to its flight plan, as though the displacement had never occurred. Similar electronic dead zones have been reported by vessels in all of the major oceanic convergence areas with equipment failures followed by inexplicable position changes. What makes these convergent zones truly mysterious is that conventional science struggles to provide a unified explanation for the diverse phenomena reported within them. Geological theories about methane releases might account for some ship disappearances, but not aircraft anomalies. Electromagnetic theories about magnetic variations could explain compass malfunctions, but not the visible phenomena often reported. Meteorological explanations involving microbursts or freak waves address some incidents, but not the electronic equipment failures. Some researchers have proposed that these zones might represent places where multiple natural phenomena overlap and interact in ways we don't yet understand. Perhaps methane releases, triggering unusual atmospheric conditions, which in turn affect electromagnetic fields. creating a cascade of effects that can impact vessels and aircraft in various ways. Others suggest they could be areas where the boundary between different physical states becomes unusually thin, perhaps due to gravitational anomalies, geomagnetic interactions, or properties of space-time that our current physics hasn't fully explored. Whatever the explanation, these convergent zones remain one of the ocean's most persistent mysteries, areas where multiple unexplained phenomena cluster together, suggesting connections or underlying causes that have eluded scientific understanding for decades. From convergent zones, let's turn to a mystery that lies not on the ocean floor or in its depths, but in the interface between sea and air. The phenomenon of ghost fog and its connection to unexplained disappearances. For centuries, sailors have reported encounters with unusual fog banks that appear suddenly on calm seas, often described as having distinct boundaries like walls rather than the diffuse edges of natural fog. These fog formations sometimes move against the prevailing wind, maintain their shape despite passing through different air temperatures, and occasionally appear to demonstrate behavior that witnesses describe as purposeful or intelligent. What makes these fog encounters particularly mysterious is their frequent association with disappearances and time anomalies. In 1978, a fishing vessel off the coast of Spain reported being enveloped by a glowing fog that appeared without warning on a clear day. The captain described the fog as having a greenish tint and noted that it seemed to mute all sound, creating an eerie silence broken only by a low, humming vibration felt through the hull. When the fog dissipated approximately 20 minutes later, the crew discovered that their watches had stopped. Radio equipment had malfunctioned, and according to their navigational instruments, they had somehow traveled 25 nautical miles from their previous position, a distance impossible to cover in that time frame, even at maximum speed. Similar accounts have come from both commercial vessels and private boats across all the world's oceans, with particularly frequent reports in the North Atlantic, the Sea of Japan, and parts of the South Pacific. The descriptions often share specific details: sudden appearance on otherwise calm seas, unusual coloration frequently described as green, blue or electric white, sharply defined boundaries, and an association with equipment failures and lost time. Scientific attempts to explain these ghost fog encounters have proposed various natural phenomena: bioluminescent organisms creating the unusual coloration, temperature inversions causing the sharp boundaries, or releases of methane or other gases from the seafloor, creating both the fog itself and affecting electronic equipment through interference with satellite signals. But these explanations struggle to account for the reported movement against prevailing winds or the displacement of vessels encountering the fog. Some researchers have suggested the fog might be related to little understood atmospheric plasma phenomena, similar to ball lightning, potentially explaining both its unusual appearance and its effects on electronic systems. Others propose it could represent a visible manifestation of localized electromagnetic anomalies created by interaction between ocean currents and the Earth's magnetic field, possibly explaining the navigational disruptions and equipment failures. More speculative theories suggest connections to the electronic fog reported by pilots in the Bermuda Triangle. A similar phenomenon where aircraft become enveloped in an unusual cloudy substance that clings to the fuselage and interferes with navigational equipment. Bruce Gernin, a pilot who survived a famous Bermuda Triangle incident in 1970, described flying through a tunnel-like formation in such a fog, after which he emerged to discover that his aircraft had apparently traveled over 100 minutes instantaneously and experienced a 30-knot time displacement. Whether ghost fog represents an unusual but natural atmospheric phenomenon or something more exotic, it remains one of the ocean's most visually striking and frequently reported mysteries, a visible manifestation of something happening at the boundary between sea and sky that science has yet to fully explain. Now let's turn to one of the most persistent and well-documented ocean mysteries: underwater acoustic shadows, areas where sonar and other sound waves seem to disappear completely or return signals that defy physical explanation. Since the development of sonar technology in the early 20th century, maritime operators have occasionally encountered what they call black holes in the ocean, regions where sonar pulses either don't return at all or come back with readings that indicate impossible structures or conditions. In normal operation, sonar works by sending sound waves through water and measuring how long they take to bounce back after hitting an object or the seafloor. The technology is reliable enough to map ocean floors, locate submarines, and identify underwater features with remarkable precision. But occasionally, sonar operators encounter phenomena that shouldn't be possible according to our understanding of underwater acoustics. One type of acoustic anomaly is the perfect absorber, areas where sonar signals simply vanish as though encountering a material that absorbs sound waves completely without reflecting any energy back. While some materials can absorb certain sound frequencies, no known natural substance or structure should be able to absorb the full spectrum of frequencies used in modern sonar systems. Yet, military and research vessels have documented dozens of such acoustic black holes since the 1950s, particularly in the deep basins of the Pacific and parts of the North Atlantic. In 1978, a NATO research vessel, mapping the seafloor near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, encountered a circular region approximately 1,000 meters in diameter where sonar signals disappeared completely. The anomaly persisted for several days as researchers attempted to study it using different frequencies and power levels, then vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, with the area returning to normal acoustic properties. Similar temporary acoustic shadows have been reported in waters near Puerto Rico, eastern Japan, and the southern Indian Ocean, often persisting for hours or days before disappearing. Even more puzzling are what sonar technicians call impossible returns, signals that come back, indicating structures or conditions that violate the laws of physics. These include perfectly vertical walls rising thousands of meters from the seafloor in areas where geological formations should be impossible, or readings indicating that the ocean floor is simultaneously at two different depths in the same location. In 2001, a research vessel in the South Pacific recorded sonar returns showing what appeared to be a perfectly rectangular structure, approximately 500 m long and 300 m wide, with right-angle corners and smooth surfaces sitting on the ocean floor at a depth of about 3,200 m. When researchers repositioned the vessel for a second scan just minutes later, the formation had disappeared completely, with sonar showing only flat seafloor where the massive structure had been. Similar transient sonar returns have been documented by vessels around the world, often showing geometric structures that appear and disappear between consecutive scans. What makes these acoustic anomalies particularly incredible is that many have been documented by military vessels using the most sophisticated sonar systems available, operated by highly trained technicians whose careers depend on accurately interpreting sonar data. These aren't the misreadings of amateur equipment or inexperienced operators, but precisely recorded acoustic phenomena that contradict our understanding of how sound should behave underwater. Some researchers have proposed that these acoustic shadows and impossible returns might be related to thermoclines or density layers in the water that can bend or reflect sound waves in unusual ways. Others suggest they could be caused by large concentrations of certain marine organisms that might absorb or scatter sonar signals. But these explanations struggle to account for the geometric precision reported in many cases, or the sudden appearance and disappearance of the anomalies. Whatever their cause, underwater acoustic shadows represent one of the ocean's most technically well-documented mysteries, phenomena recorded by sophisticated equipment that shouldn't be possible according to our current understanding of physics and oceanography. Let's now explore a category of ocean mystery that crosses into truly strange territory, what researchers call chronoanomalies, or unexplained distortions of time experienced by vessels at sea. While time distortions might sound like science fiction, they've been reported by credible witnesses, including military personnel, commercial crews, and experienced sailors often supported by log entries, mechanical chronometers, and in more recent cases, atomic clock readings. In 1963, the USS Thresher, a nuclear submarine, reported experiencing a chronometric anomaly during deep diving operations in the North Atlantic. According to declassified Navy documents, the submarine's chronometers, its highly accurate mechanical timepieces, showed a discrepancy of nearly 20 minutes compared to the naval base's master clock after surfacing, despite having been precisely synchronized before the dive. What made this incident particularly puzzling was that the discrepancy couldn't be explained by mechanical failure. All the submarine's chronometers, including backup systems, showed exactly the same. Deviation: note the USS Thresher was later lost with all hands in an unrelated accident in April 1963. Similar chronometric discrepancies have been reported by other naval vessels operating in deep ocean trenches, particularly in the Western Pacific and parts of the Atlantic near the Bermuda Triangle. The incidents typically involve vessels operating at extreme depths, often during unusual environmental conditions such as strong thermal gradients or periods of heightened electromagnetic activity. Even more inexplicable are the reports of subjective time dilation, crews experiencing periods where time seemed to pass at different rates inside and outside their vessels. In 1992, a British research ship operating in the South Pacific reported that during an intense and unusual storm, the crew inside the ship's laboratory experienced what they described as extended time, a period of approximately 3 hours according to their subjective experience and confirmed by laboratory timers, which corresponded to only 20 minutes passing on the ship's bridge and according to other chronometers on the vessel. Multiple crew members independently reported the same experience, describing it as though they were moving in slow motion compared to those on the bridge. Though they didn't perceive anything unusual until comparing timestamps later, similar subjective time disparities have been reported by submarine crews and deep-sea research vessels, particularly when operating near geological features like seamounts or trench systems. What makes these chronomies particularly difficult to dismiss is that many involve multiple independent timepieces showing the same discrepancy, or multiple witnesses describing identical subjective experiences without having communicated with each other. These aren't cases of a single watch running fast or slow, but synchronized systems suddenly disagreeing with external time references in consistent ways. Some physicists have proposed that these time anomalies might be related to little understood aspects of relativity that could theoretically create minor time dilations in environments with extreme pressure, differentials, or unusual gravitational conditions. Others suggest they could be perceptual effects caused by changes in brain function under extreme environmental conditions, changes in pressure, unusual electromagnetic fields, or other factors affecting human time perception. But these explanations struggle to account for mechanical and electronic timepieces showing the same discrepancies, or for cases where different time disparities were recorded in different parts of the same vessel simultaneously. Whatever their cause, these chronomies represent one of the ocean's most fundamentally mysterious phenomena. Suggestions that in certain marine environments under specific conditions, one of the most basic constants of our existence, the uniform flow of time, might not be quite as constant as we believe. From time anomalies, let's turn to one of the ocean's oldest mysteries: ghost ships and phantom vessels that have been reported by credible witnesses, yet seem to vanish without trace when approached. Unlike the abandoned ships we discussed earlier, these are vessels that appear to be fully crewed and operational when spotted, yet cannot be contacted by radio and disappear under observation or when other ships attempt to approach them. Reports of phantom ships date back centuries, appearing in naval records from many different nations and cultures, often described with remarkably similar details despite being separated by vast distances and time periods. In 1935, the British steamer Jubilee was crossing the North Sea when lookouts spotted a sailing vessel of antique design approximately 1 mile off their port bow. The ship appeared to be fully rigged with sails unfurled, moving steadily despite light winds. When the Jubilee altered course to approach and offer assistance to what they assumed was a historical replica vessel, possibly in distress, the sailing ship seemed to fade into a mist that hadn't been present moments before, disappearing completely by the time the Jubilee reached its position. Multiple crew members witnessed the vessel and its disappearance, and the captain entered a detailed description in the ship's log, noting that the phantom ship appeared to be of 18th century design, fully rigged with all sails set despite the light wind conditions. Similar encounters have been reported throughout the world's oceans, with particularly frequent occurrences in the North Atlantic, the Sea of Japan, and the waters around Indonesia. The descriptions often include specific details that match across independent sightings: vessels that appear misty or slightly transparent, ships that seem to be sailing against the prevailing wind, or vessels that maintain perfect steadiness despite rough sea conditions. What makes these phantom ship reports particularly credible isn't just their consistency across cultures and time periods, but the fact that many come from experienced sea captains, naval officers, and commercial crews, professionals whose careers depend on accurate observation and reporting. These aren't the imaginative tales of tourists or inexperienced sailors, but logged reports from people whose livelihood depends on accurately identifying vessels at sea. With the advent of radar and other electronic detection systems in the 20th century, phantom ship reports have gained an additional dimension of mystery. Vessels that appear clearly on radar but aren't visible to the naked eye, or conversely, ships that are seen visually by multiple witnesses but don't register on radar or sonar. In 1959, the USS Wasp, an aircraft carrier operating in the North Atlantic, tracked an unknown vessel on radar for over 20 minutes. The radar return showed a ship approximately 300 ft in length, moving at 30 knots, a significant speed for a vessel of that size. Despite clear visibility and multiple aircraft in the area, no ship was visually spotted at the radar coordinates, and no radio contact could be established. The radar track finally disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, with no vessel ever being identified in the area. Similar radar phantoms have been tracked by naval vessels and commercial ships across all the world's oceans, often showing movement patterns or speeds impossible for conventional vessels. Some researchers have proposed that phantom ship sightings might represent a form of mirage or atmospheric refraction, potentially explaining why vessels might be visible but not present physically. Others suggest they could be related to temporal anomalies, perhaps glimpses of ships from different time periods made visible through little understood properties of light and time in certain oceanic conditions. More conventional explanations propose they might be misidentifications of distant vessels, distorted by atmospheric conditions, or in more recent cases, submerged submarines with only partial surfaces visible. But these explanations struggle to account for the consistent descriptions across different eras and cultures, or for the radar anomalies reported by sophisticated modern vessels. Whatever their cause, phantom ships represent one of the ocean's oldest and most persistent mysteries. Sightings reported by reliable observers across centuries with consistent details that suggest something more complex than simple misidentification or folklore. Speaking of folklore, let's explore what might be the ocean's most enduring mystery of all: the persistent reports across vastly different cultures of humanoid beings or civilizations existing beneath the waves. From the mermaids of European folklore to the Nomo of Doom mythology, from the Ningen of Japanese tradition to the underwater kingdoms described in Hindu texts, diverse human cultures separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time have consistently described intelligent human-like beings inhabiting the ocean depths, while modern science dismisses these accounts as pure mythology. What's fascinating is the remarkable consistency in how these beings are described across cultures that had no contact with each other. Many traditions describe these ocean dwellers as having upper bodies resembling humans and lower bodies adapted for aquatic life. Advanced technology or abilities and complex civilizations existing in isolation from surface humanity. In the modern era, Reports of encounters with unexplained humanoid ocean entities haven't ceased. They simply adapted to contemporary settings and terminology. In 1967, sailors aboard the USS Nautilus, America's first nuclear submarine, reportedly encountered what they described as humanoid figures moving outside the vessel during deep diving operations in the Pacific. According to accounts from crew members, the figures appeared to be approximately 8 m 10 ft tall with a generally humanoid upper body structure but unusual lower extremities, and moved alongside the submarine at depths where no human diver could possibly survive. Similar sightings have been reported by submariners from various nations, particularly in very deep waters near oceanic trench systems. What makes these modern reports difficult to dismiss entirely is that they often come from military personnel, operating sophisticated equipment in environments where visual misidentification should be minimal. The deep ocean is a controlled environment with limited visibility and few natural objects that could be mistaken for humanoid figures. More credible are the occasional discoveries of archaeological evidence suggesting that ancient human civilizations had knowledge of deep ocean environments and creatures that they shouldn't have possessed, given their limited diving capabilities. Ancient Babylonian and Assyrian texts describe in accurate detail deep-sea creatures that weren't scientifically discovered until the 19th and 20th centuries. Japanese Jomon period artifacts include depictions of cephalopods and deep-sea fish with anatomical details that these primitive fishing communities should have had no way of observing. Some researchers propose these might represent knowledge gained from specimens that occasionally surfaced or washed ashore, but the accuracy and consistency of the depictions remains puzzling. Even more intriguing are the persistent accounts from modern deep-sea divers and submersible operators of underwater ruins or structures that appear artificial but exist at depths far too great for ancient human construction. In 1968, the deep diving submersible Alvin documented unusual stone formations near the mid-Atlantic ridge at a depth of approximately 2,700 meters. Arrangements of rocks that appeared to form walls and circular structures inconsistent with known natural geological processes. Similar formations have been reported by research vessels operating near underwater mountain ranges and trench systems around the world, often at depths that would have been far beneath sea level, even during the lowest points of the last ice age. While conventional archaeology attributes these sightings to pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive patterns in random formations, their consistent reporting by trained scientific observers raises questions about what might actually exist in the least explored regions of our planet. Modern science offers a potential middle ground between dismissing these accounts entirely and accepting the existence of mere people. The theory that certain marine mammals, particularly dongs and manatees, might have been misidentified as humanoid by sailors throughout history, explaining some of the folklore. But this explanation struggles to account for the consistent reports of advanced capabilities, tool use, or structures associated with these beings across different cultural traditions. Whatever the truth behind these persistent cross-cultural accounts, they represent one of humanity's oldest ocean mysteries, a consistent belief across disconnected civilizations that we share our planet with intelligent beings who have made their home beneath the waves, hidden from our surface-dwelling civilization and the unexplored vastness of the deep sea. Now let's explore what might be the most scientifically significant ocean mystery. Zones of the deep sea where the fundamental laws of biology appear to be suspended or altered in ways we cannot explain. Marine biologists have identified several deep ocean locations where life exists under conditions that should be physically impossible, according to our understanding of biochemistry and genetics. Such location is in the Mariana Trench, where in 2011 researchers discovered microbial communities living in superheated hydrothermal vents at temperatures exceeding 400 degrees C, 752 F, well above the temperature at which proteins and DNA should break down. These hyperthermophiles aren't just surviving these extreme temperatures, they're thriving with metabolic rates that suggest they're perfectly adapted to conditions that would instantly kill any other known organism. Analysis of their genetic material has raised even more puzzling questions. Their DNA contains sequences that don't match any known genetic code and protein structures that shouldn't be stable at any temperature, let alone the extreme heat of their environment. Some researchers have proposed they might represent an entirely separate genesis of life on Earth, unrelated to all other known organisms, a second independent origin of life that developed in isolation in the deep ocean. Equally puzzling are the organisms discovered in 2013 in the Puerto Rico Trench, living at pressures exceeding 1,000 atmospheres in water with hydrogen sulfide, concentrations that should be instantly toxic to cellular life. These creatures don't just tolerate these conditions, they require them dying when brought into less extreme environments. What makes them particularly mysterious is that their cellular structures appear to violate fundamental principles of biochemistry. They use sulfur in place of carbon in key metabolic processes, something previously thought impossible for complex cellular life. Some marine biologists suggest they might represent evolutionary pathways that diverge from all other life on Earth billions of years ago, preserving biochemical processes from the planet's early history that disappeared everywhere. Else, perhaps most inexplicable of all are the so-called radiation eaters discovered in 2016 near underwater volcanic vents in the South Pacific. Microorganisms that appear to use radioactive decay as their primary energy source, thriving in environments with radiation levels hundreds of times higher than what should be lethal to cellular life. Analysis of these organisms has revealed cellular structures that actively collect and concentrate radioactive isotopes and DNA repair mechanisms far more efficient than anything previously observed in nature. Some researchers have proposed they might represent extremes of evolution driven by the unique conditions of deep-sea volcanic environments, while others suggest they could be evidence of panspermia, life originating elsewhere in the cosmos and arriving on Earth via meteorites. What makes these biological anomalies particularly significant is that they challenge our most fundamental understanding of what life is and how it functions. They suggest that the basic biochemical rules we've established from studying surface and shallow water life might be just a small subset of what's possible in the broader spectrum of life on Earth. The deep ocean, it seems, hosts organisms that follow different biological rules, entities that have evolved in isolation from the surface world for billions of years, developing biochemical pathways and survival strategies that exist nowhere else on the planet. These biological mysteries represent perhaps the most profound scientific questions raised by the deep ocean. Not just what creatures might exist in the darkness, but whether they might represent entirely different approaches to the fundamental processes of life itself, evolved in isolation in the one environment on Earth that has remained relatively stable for billions of years. If life can develop such radically different biochemical foundations in the deep ocean trenches of our own planet, how much more diverse might it be on worlds across the cosmos? From biological anomalies, let's turn to a truly bizarre category of ocean mystery: unexplained patterns and formations that appear on the ocean surface, visible only from high altitudes or space, yet leave no trace when investigated at sea level. Since the beginning of aerial photography and later satellite imaging, researchers have occasionally captured images of massive, geometrically precise patterns appearing on the ocean's surface, formations that shouldn't be possible through any known natural process. In 1980, a NASA satellite documented a perfect equilateral triangle, approximately 50 meanties on each side, formed by what appeared to be slightly different colored water in the South Atlantic, near the Antarctic convergence zone. The formation was so precisely geometric that analysts initially suspected an image processing error, but the pattern was confirmed by 3 separate satellite passes over a 9-hour period before it dispersed. No vessels were detected in the area, and subsequent water sampling found no temperature, chemical or biological differences that could explain the coloration. Similar geometric patterns have been documented by aerial and satellite photography in various ocean regions, particularly in deep water areas far from shipping lanes or human activity. These include perfect circles several miles in diameter, symmetrical star-like formations, and in one particularly puzzling case documented in 2014, a series of concentric hexagons covering approximately 100 square miles of the North Pacific. What makes these surface patterns particularly mysterious is that they appear and disappear relatively quickly, typically lasting from a few hours to a few days, yet leave no detectable trace in water samples collected from the areas. The patterns don't correlate with known ocean currents, weather patterns, or biological phenomena like algal blooms, and they often maintain their geometric precision despite occurring in areas with significant wave action and surface movement. Some oceanographers have proposed these patterns might be related to little understood interactions between subsurface currents, subtle temperature differentials, or complex wave interference patterns. Others suggest they could be caused by seismic activity on the seafloor, creating standing wave patterns on the surface through harmonic resonance. More speculative theories propose connections to underwater electromagnetic phenomena or even the activities of submarines or unknown underwater objects creating surface effects through unexplained means. But all these explanations struggle to account for the geometric precision of the patterns and their relatively brief duration. Natural ocean processes rarely create perfectly straight lines or precise angles and tend to dissipate or transform rather than completely disappear without trace. Equally puzzling are the massive spiral formations, occasionally captured by satellite imagery. Perfect logarithmic spirals up to 50 metres in diameter that appear suddenly on the ocean's surface and rotate for several days before disappearing. Unlike hurricanes or normal oceanic eddies, these spirals maintain perfect mathematical proportions throughout their existence and often rotate in directions contrary to the Coriolis effect that should govern their movement. In 2009, a particularly dramatic spiral formation appeared off the coast of Norway, visible not just in satellite imagery but to ground observers, creating a glowing blue spiral in the night sky that expanded before disappearing into what witnesses described as a black hole-like formation. Official explanations attributed this specific incident to a failed Russian missile test, but similar spirals documented in remote ocean areas have no such convenient explanation. Whatever their cause, these massive geometric surface patterns represent one of the ocean's most visually striking mysteries formations that violate our understanding of how water should behave, appearing and disappearing with a precision and regularity that suggests either unknown natural processes or deliberate creation. The fact that they're primarily visible from high altitudes or space adds another layer to the mystery. Phenomena that exist at scales beyond normal human perception, revealed only when we gain the technological ability to observe our planet from above. From mysterious surface patterns, let's dive back into the depths to explore what might be the ocean's most fundamental unsolved question: the persistent reports of light and energy where no light or energy should exist. Since the earliest days of deep-sea exploration, submariners and researchers have reported encountering zones of illumination in the deepest parts of the ocean, far below where any sunlight can penetrate. These aren't the familiar bioluminescent displays produced by known marine organisms, but sustained ambient illumination that seems to permeate entire regions of the deep ocean, sometimes extending for miles and persisting for days or weeks before disappearing. In 1977, the deep-sea research vessel Alvin was exploring hydrothermal vent systems near the Galapagos Rift when the crew reported entering an area of diffuse illumination at a depth of approximately 2,500 MT, far deeper than sunlight can penetrate. The light wasn't coming from the submersible external lamps, which were turned off to observe natural bioluminescence. nor did it match the characteristic brief flashes or patterns of any known light-producing marine organism. Instead, it was described as a steady bluish-white illumination that seemed to have no specific source but permeated the water itself, providing enough light to see the seafloor and surrounding environments clearly without artificial illumination. The phenomenon persisted for approximately 20 minutes as the Alvin traversed several hundred meters, then ended as abruptly as it had begun, with the submersible returning to the expected darkness of the deep ocean. Similar illuminated zones have been reported by research vessels operating in the Mariana Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, and particularly in areas near underwater volcanic systems and hydrothermal vents. What makes these deep light phenomena particularly puzzling is that they don't match our understanding of how light should behave in the ocean environment. Water absorbs light exponentially with depth at 2,500 entries. Even the most powerful surface light source should be completely undetectable. Yet, these illuminated zones appear to generate or transmit light with no identifiable source in environments where photosynthesis is impossible, and most forms of bioluminescence would provide no evolutionary advantage. Some researchers have proposed these illuminated zones might be related to complex chemical reactions occurring in hydrothermal vent systems, perhaps involving compounds that produce chemoluminescence. Under the extreme conditions of the deep ocean, others suggest they could be caused by piezoelectric effects, certain minerals generating electrical discharges under the extreme pressures of the deep ocean, creating sustained luminescence in the surrounding water. More speculative theories propose connections to subsurface magma movements, creating temperature differentials that somehow generate visible light through mechanisms we don't yet understand. But all these explanations struggle to account for the scale and duration of the reported illuminations. Chemical reactions or electrical discharges might create momentary flashes or localized glows, but not sustained ambient illumination extending for hundreds or thousands of meters. Equally mysterious are the reports from multiple deep-sea expeditions of encountering zones of energetic anomaly, regions where battery-powered equipment suddenly gains charge rather than depleting it, where electrical systems function with greater efficiency than they should, or where devices that measure background radiation report values far higher than the expected deep ocean baseline. In 1985, a Japanese researched submersible operating near underwater volcanic vents in the Western Pacific reported that its external batteries, which normally provided power for approximately 12 hours of operation, somehow remained at full charge for over 36 hours while operating in a specific area near the vents. When the vessel moved away from the region, battery performance returned to normal. Similar energy anomalies have been reported by research vessels in the Atlantic, particularly near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and certain areas of the North Atlantic Basin. What makes these energy anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated scientific equipment designed to measure and record electrical, magnetic, and radioactive phenomena. These aren't subjective observations, but quantifiable data that contradicts our understanding of how energy should behave in the deep ocean environment. Some researchers have proposed these energy-rich zones might be related to natural nuclear fish reactions occurring in uranium deposits on the seafloor, similar to the natural nuclear reactor discovered at Elklo and Gibbon, but operating under the different conditions of the deep ocean. Others suggest they could be caused by little understood interactions between the Earth's magnetic field and charged particles moving through the conductive medium of seawater, creating localized zones of electromagnetic activity. But these explanations remain speculative, and the mystery of light and energy in the deep ocean persists. Phenomena that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of physics yet have been consistently reported by scientific expeditions equipped with the instruments to measure and document them. The deep ocean, it seems, contains regions where the fundamental properties of light and energy behave according to rules we have yet to understand. Another reminder of how little we truly know about the most unexplored environment on our own planet. After exploring so many specific ocean mysteries, let's conclude by examining what might be the most profound mystery of all. The question of whether the oceans themselves might possess some form of collective behavior or intelligence that defies conventional explanation. This isn't about mysticism or pseudoscience, but about documented phenomena that suggests the ocean as a system sometimes behaves in ways that appear coordinated and responsive across vast distances, exhibiting patterns that current oceanography struggles to fully explain. Since the advent of satellite oceanography in the 1970s, researchers have documented what they call ocean memory patterns, where disturbances in one region seem to be remembered by the ocean system, with effects reappearing in the same locations years or decades later despite the constant movement of water. In 1982, oceanographers tracked a temperature anomaly in the North Atlantic that appeared to dissipate normally, only to reappear in precisely the same location and with almost identical characteristics 5 years later, a pattern that repeated again in 1992. Water molecules themselves couldn't have remained in place for that duration, suggesting some other mechanism was storing and reproducing the pattern. Similar memory effects have been documented in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, particularly related to temperature and salinity patterns that recur with unexpected precision over decades. Conventional oceanography attributes these memory effects to complex interactions between currents, seafloor topography, and atmospheric coupling. But the precision and longevity of the patterns continues to surprise researchers. Even more puzzling is what marine scientists call anticipatory behavior, observations that portions of the ocean sometimes appear to respond to distant events before information about those events could have reached them through known mechanisms of current flow, wave propagation, or atmospheric coupling. In 2004, monitoring stations in the Western Pacific recorded subtle but significant changes in current patterns in water chemistry hours before the massive earthquake that triggered the devastating Indian Ocean tsunami. Changes that occurred thousands of miles from the earthquake epicenter that preceded the seismic event itself. Similar anticipatory responses have been documented preceding major hurricanes, volcanic eruptions with oceanic effects, and even some large-scale human activities like underwater nuclear tests. Conventional science suggests these might represent detection of subtle precursor phenomena like low-frequency acoustic waves or electromagnetic changes that precede major events. But the specificity and apparent predictive nature of some responses remains difficult to fully explain. Perhaps most intriguing are the documented cases of what researchers call synchronized response, observations that widely separated parts of the ocean sometimes react simultaneously to stimuli behaving as a coordinated system rather than isolated regions connected only by the relatively slow mechanisms of current flow. In 1977, researchers documented a phenomenon where bioluminescent organisms across more than 300 kilometers of the Indian Ocean simultaneously altered their light emission patterns during a particular lunar phase, with the change occurring within the same 3-minute window despite spanning areas with no direct physical connection. Similar synchronization has been observed in coral reef, spawning events, certain types of wave patterns, and even the behavior of widely separated ocean eddies that sometimes appear to communicate and coordinate their movements across thousands of miles. These observations have led some oceanographers to propose that the ocean might function as a complex system with emergent properties beyond the sum of its parts. Not a conscious entity in any conventional sense, but a vast, interconnected network where information propagates through mechanisms we haven't fully identified. Some researchers point to potential mechanisms like quantum entanglement in water molecules, subtle electromagnetic field effects propagating through the conductive medium of salt water, or even properties of water itself that might allow information transfer at speeds and distances not explained by conventional fluid dynamics. Others suggest these apparent system-wide behaviors might emerge From the collective activity of the ocean's vast microbial communities, networks of single-celled organisms that stretch across entire ocean basins and might function as a kind of distributed information processing system, while mainstream oceanography tends to focus on mechanistic explanations for these phenomena, seeking to understand them through known principles of physics and fluid dynamics. The persistence and precision of certain patterns continues to challenge our existing models. The ocean perhaps represents the closest thing Earth has to a planetary scale system with emergent complex behaviors. Not merely a passive body of water moved by external forces, but an intricate, responsive network where information and energy flow in ways we've only begun to understand. This perspective doesn't require mysticism or supernatural explanation, but it does suggest that even after centuries of maritime exploration and decades of scientific oceanography, the true nature of Earth's oceans, covering 71% of our planet's surface and containing 97% of its water, might be more complex and more mysterious than we've yet imagined. Beneath the waves, in the darkness of the deep sea, mysteries wait that could transform our understanding not just of the ocean, but of life, physics, and perhaps even consciousness itself. As we continue our journey deeper into the abyss, let's examine one of the most persistent mysteries of the deep: massive underwater structures that appear artificial but exist at depths and locations where human construction should have been impossible. In 1968, while mapping the seafloor of the Western Atlantic, the research vessel Atlantis II discovered a massive underwater plateau with features so geometric they initially appeared to be the ruins of a lost city. The formation, now known as the Atlantis Towel Plateau, features perfectly straight ridges that intersect at precise 90-degree angles, creating what looks like a grid of streets and building foundations spread across several square miles of ocean floor. What makes this formation particularly puzzling is that it sits more than 12,000 feet below the ocean surface, in an area that geological records indicate has been underwater for at least 100 million years. Even more mysteriously, core samples taken from the walls of these structures contain materials that appear to have been fused at temperatures far exceeding those that should be possible at such depths. Conventional geology struggles to explain how natural processes could create such precise geometric formations, with right angles and parallel lines maintained over such vast distances. Some geologists have proposed these might be the result of unique fracture patterns in the underlying bedrock, perhaps created by tectonic movements or ancient volcanic activity. But this explanation fails to account for the consistent grid pattern and the unusual material composition found in some sections of the formation. Similar geometric formations have been discovered in the Pacific, particularly near the island chains of Micronesia and the South China Sea, where sonar mapping has revealed what appear to be vast complexes of straight lines, rectangles and pyramidal structures rising from the seafloor. In 1992, Japanese researchers using advanced side-scan sonar discovered what they described as an underwater city off the coast of Yonauni Island, featuring apparent roads, walls, and even what seemed to be stadiums or amphitheaters cut into the stone. The formations sit at depths between 60 and 100 FTT, shallow enough for divers to explore, but deep enough that they would have been well underwater even during the lowest sea levels of the last ice age. Conventional archaeology dates the earliest advanced human civilizations to around 5,000, might 6,000 years ago. But these structures would have been submerged for at least 10,000 years based on known sea level changes. This creates a paradox. Either the structures are natural formations that coincidentally resemble human architecture, or they were created by a civilization far more ancient than any our conventional history recognizes. Some researchers have taken an intermediate position, suggesting these might be natural formations that were modified by early human inhabitants before rising sea levels submerged them, but this explanation struggles to account for the scale and complexity of some of the formations, which would have required advanced engineering capabilities not typically attributed to prehistoric cultures. Perhaps most puzzling are the underwater structures discovered in 2001 by a private research vessel operating in the Tyrrhenian Sea near the coast of Sicily. Using multi-beam sonar equipment, researchers mapped what appeared to be a complex of connected rectangular structures, covering more than 3 square miles of seafloor at a depth of about 1,000 ft. The formation includes what seemed to be massive walls up to 30 ft high and 15 ft thick, arranged in concentric rectangles around a central plaza-like area. Core samples retrieved from the site contain materials that didn't match the surrounding seafloor sediment, including what appeared to be processed metals and stone blocks fitted together with remarkable precision. Most puzzling of all, carbon dating of organic material found embedded in these core samples yielded dates ranging from 15,000 to 28,000 years ago, far older than any known advanced human civilization capable of such construction mainstream. Archaeology has largely avoided investigating these sites, partly due to the extreme technical challenges of deep-sea research, but also because their very existence challenges established historical timelines. If these are indeed artificial structures, they would suggest that advanced human civilizations existed tens of thousands of years before our historical record begins, a possibility that would require rewriting human prehistory. Alternatively, if they are natural formations, they represent geological processes that can create structures with such precise geometry and apparent design that they are indistinguishable from artificial construction, which would be almost equally paradigm-shifting for our understanding of natural processes. Either possibility leaves us with a profound mystery, massive city-like formations lying in the darkness of the deep ocean, their origins and nature still unexplained despite decades of advancing technology and research. From mysterious structures, let's turn to an equally puzzling category of ocean phenomena: unexplained disappearances and reappearances that seem to defy our understanding of physical possibility. In 1990, the 120 ft research vessel Maria disappeared without trace in calm seas off the coast of Antarctica while conducting routine oceanographic measurements. The ship had a crew of 14 experienced scientists and mariners, state-of-the-art navigation and communication equipment, and was operating in an area thoroughly mapped by previous expeditions where the conditions were favorable, with clear skies and moderate seas reported in the vessel's last routine radio transmission just hours before it vanished. No distress calls were received. No debris field was ever located despite an extensive air and sea search. The ship and his crew simply ceased to exist as though they had been erased from the ocean surface. What makes the Maria's disappearance particularly mysterious isn't just the absence of wreckage or bodies, but the fact that 9 months later, one of the ship's lifeboats was discovered, not floating at sea, but carefully stowed in its proper mounting brackets on the shore of Madagascar, over 3,000 balismi from where the vessel disappeared. The lifeboat showed no signs of damage or exposure to the elements, appearing exactly as it would have while still attached to the mothership. No footprints or other evidence of human presence were found near where it was discovered, and no other trace of the Maria or its crew has ever been found. Conventional explanations such as piracy, insurance fraud, or catastrophic structural failure struggle to account for how a single lifeboat could travel thousands of miles intact and end up precisely placed on a distant shore with no human intervention apparent. Even more inexplicable are cases where vessels or crews have disappeared only to reappear under impossible circumstances. In 1976, a Japanese fishing trawler operating in the Sea of Japan vanished during a storm, along with its crew of 12. After a week-long search found no trace of the vessel, it was officially declared lost at sea and the crew presumed dead. Exactly 1 year later to the day, the trawler was discovered drifting approximately 20 meters from its last reported position in perfect condition, with all equipment functioning normally, but completely abandoned. The only signs that something unusual had occurred were the logbook, which contained entries continuing for 3 days after the vessel's disappearance, despite the violent storm and the ship's chronometer, which was found to be exactly 1 year behind the actual date. No trace of the crew has ever been found. An analysis of the logbook entries showed handwriting consistent with the captain's previous records, giving no indication of stress or awareness of anything unusual. Similar temporal anomalies have been reported in smaller-scale disappearances and reappearances throughout the world's oceans. In 1983, a recreational diver exploring a reef system off the coast of Australia failed to surface after a routine dive with excellent conditions and visibility, despite an immediate search by his companions and a subsequent 3-day official search operation using underwater cameras and sonar. No trace of the diver was found. 27 days later, the diver walked out of the surf at the exact same beach where he had entered the water, wearing the same diving gear and apparently unaware that any significant time had passed. Medical examination showed no signs of injury, exposure, or malnutrition, and his air tank still contained approximately the same amount of oxygen as would be expected from the short dive he believed he had completed. The diver reported no unusual experiences, insisting he had simply completed a normal 40-minute exploration of the reef before returning to shore. Aortic regression and psychological evaluation found no evidence of deception or delusion, leaving the man's 27-day absence completely unexplained. What makes these cases particularly difficult to dismiss is that many involve multiple reliable witnesses, official search records, and physical evidence that something truly anomalous has occurred. These aren't vague legends or second-hand accounts, but documented incidents with physical evidence and official investigation reports that still defy conventional explanation. Some researchers have proposed these temporal anomalies might be related to little understood properties of certain ocean regions, perhaps localized distortions in space-time created by the interaction of powerful currents with the Earth's magnetic field. Others suggest they could represent evidence of parallel realities occasionally intersecting with our own, creating brief windows where objects or people can pass between different time streams or versions of our world. More conventional explanations propose elaborate hoaxes or psychological phenomena, but these struggle to account for the physical evidence and multiple witnesses involved in many cases. Whatever their cause, these disappearances and impossible reappearances represent one of the ocean's most persistent categories of mystery events documented by reliable sources that simply shouldn't be possible according to our current understanding of reality. From disappearances that challenge our understanding of physical possibility, let's explore a mystery that challenges our understanding of life itself. The persistent reports of creatures in the deep ocean that shouldn't exist according to evolutionary theory. Since the earliest days of deep-sea exploration, researchers have occasionally encountered organisms that seem to exist outside the established evolutionary tree of life. Creatures with biological features or capabilities that have no clear evolutionary predecessors. In 1977, while exploring previously undiscovered hydrothermal vent ecosystems near the Galapagos, researchers with the deep-sea submersible Alvin documented several species that appeared to utilize biological processes previously thought impossible. Among these was a type of tube worm that seemed to incorporate metallic compounds directly into its tissue structure. Not just accumulating metals, as some known organisms do, but actually using iron and copper as fundamental building blocks in ways that should be biochemically impossible. Analysis of tissue samples showed these creatures had somehow evolved to use metal atoms in place of carbon in certain key cellular structures, creating an entirely novel biochemical pathway not seen anywhere else in nature. Even more puzzling was the discovery of a previously unknown type of mollusk with a shell composed partially of crystalline silica arranged in precise geometric patterns that matched the molecular structure of advanced computer memory chips. The creature showed no signs of intelligence or technological development, yet had somehow evolved microscopic structures identical to those humans had engineered for information storage only after decades of advanced research. Some biologists propose these might represent examples of convergent evolution, where similar structures evolve independently in different lineages due to similar environmental pressures. But this explanation struggles to account for the precise mathematical patterns observed in these biological structures which match human-engineered designs down to the nanometer scale. Even more inexplicable was the discovery in 1998 of what researchers dubbed ghost DNA, genetic material found in certain deep-sea microorganisms that utilizes a completely different coding system from all other known life on Earth. All known terrestrial life uses the same basic genetic code with DNA, consisting of 4 nucleotide bases, adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine, arranged in 3 base codons that specify amino acids. But these deep-sea microbes contain genetic material with an entirely different chemical structure, using 6 nucleotide analogies arranged in 4 base codons to encode proteins not found anywhere else in nature. This discovery challenged one of the most fundamental assumptions of modern biology, that all life on Earth shares a common genetic ancestor. These organisms appear to represent an entirely separate genesis of life, raising profound questions about how 2 radically different biochemical systems could have evolved on the same planet. Some researchers proposed that these unusual organisms might represent extraophiles, so highly adapted to deep-sea conditions that they've evolved radically different biological solutions. Others suggested they could be evidence of panspermia, the theory that life on Earth originated elsewhere in the cosmos and arrived via meteors or comets, with these unusual deep-sea creatures perhaps representing a separate seeding event from a different source. More controversially, some biologists have proposed these anomalous organisms might represent evidence of directed panspermia, the deliberate introduction of life to Earth by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, perhaps as a form of biological experimentation. The most extreme theories suggest these creatures might be the result of biological engineering, so advanced that it appears to be natural evolution, despite creating organisms that sit outside our planet's known evolutionary pathways. What makes these biological anomalies particularly significant is that they challenge one of the most fundamental principles of modern science, the unity of life on Earth derived from a single common ancestor billions of years ago. If these creatures truly represent a separate genesis of life or an engineered biology, they would force a complete reconsideration of our understanding of life's origins and development. Even more mysterious are the occasional discoveries of what appear to be hybrid organisms, creatures that combine features of different evolutionary lineages in ways that shouldn't be possible through natural processes. In 2003, a research vessel in the South Pacific recovered what appeared to be a previously unknown type of cephalopod from a depth of approximately 3,000 mi. The creature had the basic body plan of an octopus, but with internal skeletal structures more similar to vertebrates, including what appeared to be a primitive spine. Genetic analysis yielded even more puzzling results. Portions of the creature's DNA matched known octopus species, but other sections contained gene sequences found in deep-sea fish, and even some genetic markers previously associated only with marine mammals. The specimen was initially dismissed as a hoax or a chimera created by sample contamination. But subsequent expeditions have recovered similar specimens from other deep ocean locations, suggesting these hybrid creatures might represent an actual, if extremely unusual, evolutionary lineage. Some biologists have proposed these might be the result of horizontal gene transfer, the process by which genetic material sometimes moves between different species through means other than traditional reproduction. But the scale and specificity of the genetic combinations observed in these creatures far exceeds what current understanding of horizontal gene transfer would allow, suggesting some other process might be at work. Whatever their origin, these anomalous creatures represent one of the deep ocean's most profound biological mysteries. Organisms that exist outside our established understanding of evolution and genetics, challenging fundamental principles that have guided biological science for over a century. From biological anomalies, let's turn to an equally puzzling category of ocean mystery. Unexplained aerial phenomena observed by ships and research vessels, often in remote areas far from land or human activity. For centuries, sailors have reported witnessing unusual aerial objects over open ocean. From glowing spheres that descend into or emerge from the water to structured craft that perform maneuvers impossible for conventional aircraft. What makes these maritime UFO reports particularly credible is that many come from military vessels with sophisticated tracking equipment and trained observers, or from commercial ships with multiple professional witnesses. In 1981, the USS John F. Kennedy, an aircraft carrier conducting operations in the North Atlantic, tracked an unusual aerial object on both air and surface radar systems for over 20 minutes. The object, described as a luminous sphere approximately 70 ft in diameter, performed a series of maneuvers including instant 90-degree turns and accelerations exceeding 7,000 pilots, movements physically impossible for any known aircraft. Multiple crew members, including the ship's commanding officer, observed the object visually, confirming it matched what appeared on radar. The most puzzling aspect of the encounter occurred when the object suddenly descended toward the ocean's surface, then smoothly transitioned from air to underwater without slowing or creating the splash that should result from any solid object striking water at high speed. Sonar. Operators tracked the object moving underwater at approximately 300 knots, far faster than any known submarine technology could achieve, before it ascended again and disappeared into the night sky. Similar air-water transition events have been reported by naval vessels from multiple nations, with particularly well-documented cases coming from Soviet-Russian fleets operating in the North, Pacific and American vessels in the Caribbean and Mediterranean. In 2004, the USS Nimitz carrier group encountered multiple tic-tac-shaped objects during training exercises off the coast of California, objects that demonstrated acceleration and maneuverability far beyond any known aircraft and were observed transitioning between air and water without apparent difficulty. The encounters, later confirmed by the US Navy, involve radar tracking from multiple ships and aircraft, infrared sensor recordings, and visual observations by trained fighter pilots, creating one of the most comprehensively documented cases of unexplained aerial oceanic phenomena. What makes these observations particularly significant is that they suggest whatever is being encountered isn't limited to either air or water, but can operate freely in both environments, something no known human technology can achieve. Even the most advanced submarines travel at a tiny fraction of the speeds reported for these objects underwater, and the energy required to move a solid object through water at hundreds of knots would generate heat, cavitation, and turbulence easily detectable by sonar and thermal sensors. Yet, these objects appear to move through water without creating any of these effects, suggesting they may be utilizing some form of physics we don't yet understand. Some researchers have proposed these phenomena might represent advanced technology developed by unknown terrestrial civilizations, perhaps operating from hidden oceanic bases. Others suggest they could be evidence of non-human intelligence, either extraterrestrial visitors or a previously unknown indigenous species that has developed advanced technology while remaining hidden in the ocean depths. More conventional explanations propose these might be natural phenomena misidentified by observers or the result of equipment malfunctions and perceptual errors, but these explanations struggle to account for cases with multiple independent sensor systems all tracking the same objects or incidents witnessed simultaneously by dozens of trained observers. Whatever their origin, these transmedium phenomena represent one of the ocean's most persistent mysteries, objects that appear to move freely between air and water in ways that defy our current understanding of physics and engineering. From aerial oceanic phenomena, let's explore another persistent ocean mystery: underwater sounds and signals that not only defy explanation, but seem to show patterns suggesting intentional communication or signaling. Since the early days of submarine warfare, naval vessels have occasionally detected acoustic signatures that match all the characteristics of artificial communications, but can't be attributed to any known human source. In the 1960s, American SOS sound surveillance system, hydrophones in the Atlantic began picking up unusual sequences of pulses and tones from areas of deep ocean where no submarines or other vessels were operating. What made these acoustic signals particularly puzzling wasn't just their origin in remote, uninhabited parts of the deep ocean, but their structure and pattern. They contain mathematical relationships similar to prime number sequences, Fibonacci series, and other complex patterns unlikely to occur by chance. Analysis by cryptographers and signals intelligence experts determined these weren't random noise or equipment malfunctions, but structured sequences that bore all the hallmarks of an intentional code or communication system. Yet no known human technology was capable of generating such powerful, precise acoustic signals at the extreme depths where they originated. Even more mysterious were the patterns that emerged when these signals were mapped over time. They appeared to follow specific deep ocean geographical features, particularly the mid-ocean ridges and certain abyssal plains, creating what one researcher described as an acoustic mapping grid covering large portions of the Atlantic seafloor. Similar acoustic phenomena have been detected in the Pacific, particularly near the Mariana Trench and certain areas of the Western Pacific Basin, where Japanese and Russian research vessels have recorded complex sound sequences emanating from some of the deepest parts of the ocean. What makes these acoustic patterns particularly significant is that they've been consistently documented for decades using sophisticated military and scientific equipment specifically designed to distinguish between natural ocean sounds and artificial signals. These aren't the ambiguous recordings of amateur researchers, but precise acoustic data captured by multi-billion-dollar defense systems and analyzed by experts in underwater acoustics and signal intelligence. Some researchers have proposed these sounds might be generated by unknown geological processes, perhaps related to movement of magma beneath the seafloor or releases of methane from deep ocean hydrates. Others suggest they could be the result of interaction between deep ocean currents and underwater topography, creating resonance patterns that coincidentally resemble artificial communications. But these explanations struggle to account for the mathematical precision observed in many of the sequences, their apparent evolution over time, or the fact that they often exhibit characteristics typical of encrypted information, including what appear to be headers, checksums, and other features commonly found in sophisticated artificial communication systems. More speculative theories propose these acoustic signals might be related to unknown submarine civilizations, remnant technologies from prehistoric advanced cultures, or even communication attempts from non-human intelligence using the ocean as a home or way station. While mainstream science understandably favors natural explanations, the persistence and complexity of these acoustic patterns continues to defy full explanation, representing one of the ocean's most enduring mysteries. Sounds that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of natural processes, yet have been consistently documented by the most sophisticated listening technology humans have developed. From acoustic mysteries, let's turn to one of the most visually dramatic ocean enigmas. Massive luminous wheels that occasionally appear on the ocean surface, typically at night, rotating with geometric precision that seems to defy natural explanation. For centuries, sailors have reported encountering vast circular formations of light on the ocean surface, typically described as glowing wheels with radial spokes extending outward from a central hub, the entire formation rotating steadily regardless of prevailing currents or wind conditions. What makes these luminous wheel reports particularly credible is their consistency across different eras, cultures, and geographic locations. Similar descriptions appear in ship's logs and maritime accounts from the 16th century to the present day, from the South China Sea to the Persian Gulf to the North Atlantic. In 1880, the British naval vessel HMS Vulture documented a particularly dramatic encounter while sailing in the Persian Gulf. The ship's log describes a massive luminous wheel approximately 600 wide in diameter, appearing suddenly on the ocean's surface, rotating counterclockwise at a steady rate of about 1 revolution per minute. Multiple crew members, including the captain and several officers, observed the phenomenon for more than 20 minutes before it gradually faded from view. What made this sighting particularly significant wasn't just the size and duration of the wheel, but the precision of its geometric structure. The officer sketches show perfectly straight radial lines extending from an exact center point, maintaining their position and spacing throughout the rotation. Similar wheels have been reported by dozens of vessels throughout the 20th century, with particularly well-documented cases coming from merchant ships and naval vessels operating in the Strait of Malacca and the waters near Indonesia. Modern reports often include photographic evidence showing distinct geometric patterns of bioluminescence, far more regular and structured than the diffuse glow typically produced by natural phenomena like algal blooms or disturbed plankton. What makes these luminous wheels particularly mysterious isn't just their perfect geometric form, but their behavior. They rotate steadily regardless of ocean currents, maintain their structure despite wave action that should distort any natural formation, and often appear in deep water, far from coastlines where most bioluminescent organisms typically concentrate. Scientific attempts to explain these phenomena have proposed various natural causes, from massive coordinated displays by bioluminescent organisms to unusual interactions between bioluminescence and circular current patterns created by underwater features. Some researchers suggest they might be related to electrical phenomena similar to Selmo fire, perhaps created by the interaction of atmospheric conditions with mineral-rich seawater. But these explanations struggle to account for the geometric precision reported in many cases, the consistent rotation regardless of prevailing currents, or the sheer scale of some of the observed wheels, which can span hundreds or even thousands of yards across open ocean. Perhaps most puzzling are the disappearing wheels, luminous formations that witnesses report suddenly vanishing all at once, as though switched off rather than gradually fading as would be expected from any natural bioluminescent phenomenon. In 1977, a Japanese research vessel studying bioluminescence in the South China Sea encountered a massive luminous wheel approximately 1/200 ft in diameter, which the scientists began documenting with specialized camera equipment and light measuring instruments. After approximately 40 minutes of steady rotation, the entire formation reportedly disappeared in less than half a second, far too quickly for any known biological process, which would typically show a gradual diminishing as organisms become exhausted or environmental conditions change. These instant disappearances reported in multiple well-documented cases suggest these phenomena might involve processes beyond conventional bioluminescence, perhaps related to little understood electrical or plasma phenomena in the marine environment. Whatever their cause, these massive, geometrically perfect, luminous wheels remain one of the ocean's most visually striking and persistently reported mysteries. Phenomena that have been consistently observed by reliable witnesses across centuries, yet continue to defy complete scientific explanation. From luminous wheels on the ocean surface, let's plunge back into the depths to explore what might be the most fundamental deep-sea mystery: zones, where the basic laws of physics appear to operate differently than they do elsewhere on Earth. Since the advent of deep-sea exploration with sophisticated scientific instruments, researchers have occasionally encountered regions of the deep ocean where measurements of fundamental physical properties yield results that shouldn't be possible according to established physics. In 1970, a research submersible operating near the Puerto Rico Trench documented a spherical region approximately 100 kilometers in diameter, where the ambient water temperature was measured at 127 degrees C, 260 degrees F, well above the boiling point at sea level. Yet, the water remained in liquid state despite the extreme depth providing insufficient pressure to explain this anomaly. The temperature was confirmed by 3 separate sensor systems, all previously calibrated and functioning normally, and remained stable as the submersible traversed the area multiple times. Outside this sharply defined sphere, water temperatures returned to the expected near-freezing levels, typical of deep ocean environments, creating a thermal boundary so distinct it was visible as a shimmering interface like heat waves rising from hot pavement. No evidence of volcanic activity or hydrothermal vents was found in the vicinity, and subsequent expeditions were unable to locate the thermal anomaly, suggesting it may have been transient rather than a permanent feature. Even more puzzling are the gravity holes occasionally reported by research vessels, localized regions where gravitational measurements show significant deviations from what would be expected based on known mass distributions and geological features. In 1985, a Soviet oceanographic vessel conducting gravity surveys in the North Pacific documented a roughly circular area, approximately 30 mi in diameter, where gravitational readings were approximately 4% lower than the surrounding region, a deviation far too large to be explained by underwater topography or density variations in the seafloor. What made this gravity anomaly particularly mysterious was that it appeared to move over time, shifting position at a rate of about 1.3 meters per day, always maintaining the same size and intensity despite traversing areas with different seafloor compositions and depths. The anomaly was tracked for 37 days before the research vessel had to end its mission with no explanation found for either the gravity deviation itself or its apparent mobility. Similar mobile gravity anomalies have been documented by research vessels in the South Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, typically in very deep water far from continental shelves or major undersea geological features. Perhaps most inexplicable are the electromagnetic dead zones, regions where electric fields and magnetic measurements drop to near zero values, creating areas where compasses spin randomly, electronic equipment fails, and even natural bioelectric fields in marine organisms appear to be suppressed. In 1997, a research vessel studying marine electromagnetic phenomena near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge encountered a cylindrical region extending from the seafloor to the surface where magnetic field strength was measured. Strength was measured at less than 0.1% of the expected value, effectively creating a column of space shielded from Earth's magnetic field. Within this column, compasses were useless. Electronic equipment experienced power fluctuations, and crew members reported unusual physiological effects, including disorientation and visual disturbances. Most puzzling of all, marine life appeared to completely avoid the area. Sonar showed fish and other organisms swimming around the invisible cylinder without entering it, creating a visible hole in the biomass distribution of the area. The phenomenon persisted for approximately 76 hours before dissipating, and attempts to relocate it with subsequent research missions have been unsuccessful. Some physicists have proposed these anomalous zones might be related to little understood quantum effects operating at macroscopic scales in certain marine environments, perhaps triggered by unique combinations of pressure, temperature, and electromagnetic conditions in the deep ocean. Others suggest they could represent evidence of exotic matter or unusual states of water created under extreme deep sea conditions, potentially involving properties not observable in laboratory environments. More speculative theories propose connections to theoretical concepts like localized alterations in spacetime, temporary intersections with parallel realities, or even artificially generated fields created by advanced technology operating in the deep ocean. Whatever their cause, these physical anomaly zones represent perhaps the most fundamental ocean mystery of all regions, where the basic laws of physics as we understand them appear to be locally altered or suspended, creating environments that shouldn't be possible according to our current scientific understanding. From physics anomalies, let's explore another enduring ocean mystery: underwater roads and pathways that have been discovered at extreme depths exhibiting characteristics inconsistent with known natural processes. Since the development of sophisticated seafloor mapping technologies in the mid-20th century, oceanographers have occasionally discovered what appear to be paved roadways or artificial pathways on the deep sea floor, often in regions far from any known human activity. In 1968, while conducting a survey of the mid-Atlantic ridge, a research vessel using early science scan sonar discovered what appeared to be a perfectly straight roadway extending for more than 15 meters along the seafloor at a depth of approximately 3,000 hours. The formation was approximately 8 meters wide with clearly defined curbs or edges on both sides, maintaining the same width and direction despite crossing varied underwater topography, including hills, valleys, and different types of seafloor sediment. What made this discovery particularly puzzling was that the road followed the mathematically shortest path between two seamounts, as though it had been deliberately engineered to connect these features via the most efficient route. Similar linear features have been discovered in the Pacific, particularly near underwater mountain ranges and the edges of deep oceanic trenches, where sonar mapping has revealed networks of straight pathways that intersect at regular intervals, creating patterns reminiscent of planned transportation systems. In 1994, a Japanese research vessel mapping the floor near the Mariana Trench discovered an extensive network of such roadways covering an area of approximately 30 square miles at a depth of over 5,000 hours. Of the pathways maintain consistent widths of between 4 and 12 meters intersected at precise 90-degree angles and appear to connect various topographical features, including seamounts, plateaus, and unusual circular formations. What makes these underwater road systems particularly mysterious is that many exist at depths and locations that would have been far underwater even during the lowest sea levels of the last ice age, eliminating the possibility that they were constructed by ancient human civilizations and later submerged. Yet their geometric precision and relationship to surrounding topography strongly suggest intentional design rather than random natural formation. When submersibles or remote-operated vehicles have been able to directly observe these features, they've discovered even more puzzling characteristics. In 2003, a research ROV examining one such road in the Western Pacific found that the surface material appeared different from the surrounding seafloor. Analysis showed it contained higher concentrations of certain minerals and elements arranged in a matrix-like structure inconsistent with natural sedimentation processes. Even more mysteriously, core samples taken from these pathways sometimes reveal layers of material arranged in precise sequences that create unusual properties: greater hardness than surrounding sediment, resistance to erosion by deep-sea currents, and in some cases unusual electrical conductivity, not typical of natural seafloor materials. Some geologists have proposed these might be natural formations created by previously unknown processes related to tectonic activity, perhaps involving specialized forms of mineral precipitation along fault lines or magma intrusions. Others suggest they could be the result of ancient current patterns laying down sediment and unusual linear formations preserved over time by specific chemical or biological processes. But these explanations struggle to account for the geometric precision observed in many cases, the intersection patterns that suggest plant networks or the specialized material composition that differs from surrounding natural sediments. More controversial theories propose these might be evidence of advanced prehistoric civilizations with capabilities far beyond what conventional archaeology attributes to ancient humans or even the remnants of non-human technological activity on the ocean floor. Some researchers have noted similarities between these underwater pathways and the ancient road systems of known terrestrial civilizations, like the Romans or Incas, suggesting they might represent engineering principles applied to the seafloor by some unknown culture. Whatever their origin, these mysterious underwater roadways remain one of the deep ocean's most persistent enigmas, features that strongly resemble artificial construction, yet exist in places where no human builders could have created them. According to our understanding of history and sea level changes for mysterious roadways, let's turn to one of the most visually dramatic ocean mysteries: enormous underwater vortices that behave contrary to known fluid dynamics and sometimes appear to demonstrate properties of both liquids and solids simultaneously. Since the 1970s, when satellite oceanography began providing comprehensive views of ocean-wide phenomena, researchers have occasionally observed massive vortex formations in the deep ocean that exhibit characteristics inconsistent with our understanding of how water should behave. Unlike normal ocean eddies, which form through well-understood interactions between currents, topography, and the Coriolis effect, these anomalous vortices maintain perfect geometric symmetry regardless of surrounding conditions, rotate at consistent speeds despite passing through different current systems, and sometimes persist for months or years without dissipation. In 1983, oceanographers studying water movement in the South Atlantic discovered a perfectly circular vortex approximately 60 meters in diameter, rotating at a constant rate regardless of the prevailing currents around it. What made this vortex particularly puzzling wasn't just its geometric perfection, but its apparent solidification at the center. Instruments lowered into the formation recorded properties more consistent with a semi-solid gel than liquid water with viscosity, measurements nearly 400 times higher than the surrounding ocean. Yet this solidified central region maintained the same salinity, temperature, and chemical composition as normal seawater, differing only in its physical behavior. Similar solid core vortices have been documented in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, particularly in very deep water over abyssal plains, where they typically form perfect circles between 20 and 100 m in diameter with sharply defined boundaries, separating them from surrounding water masses. Even more mysterious are the counter-rotating vortices, circular formations where the outer rings rotate in one direction while inner rings rotate in the opposite direction, creating complex patterns of movement that should be impossible according to conventional fluid dynamics. In 1997, a research vessel studying ocean circulation patterns in the Central Pacific documented a massive vortex system with 5 distinct concentric rings, each rotating in the opposite direction from those adjacent to it, creating a perfect bullseye pattern visible from space through its temperature differential. Conventional fluid dynamics provides no mechanism by which such counter-rotating systems could form naturally or maintain stability once formed. Yet, this particular formation persisted for over 7 months before gradually dispersing. What makes these anomalous vortices particularly significant is that they've been consistently documented using multiple independent methods: satellite imagery, direct measurements from research vessels, autonomous underwater drones, and in some cases, acoustic tracking of their internal structure using specialized sonar systems. These aren't ambiguous observations or equipment artifacts, but precisely measured phenomena that consistently violate established principles of fluid behavior. Some oceanographers have proposed these might represent previously unknown forms of stable vortex formations, possible only under the specific conditions of the deep ocean, where pressure, temperature gradients, and salinity create environments not replicable in laboratory settings. Others suggest they could be related to electromagnetic interactions between seawater, which is conductive, and the Earth's magnetic field, perhaps creating organized structures similar to those observed in certain magneto-hydrodynamic systems. More speculative theories propose connections to exotic states of water under extreme pressure conditions, potentially involving structures or behaviors not observed in conventional liquid environments. Whatever their cause, these enormous geometrically perfect vortices represent one of the ocean's most visually dramatic mysteries. Massive formations visible from space that behave according to principles not currently explained by our understanding of fluid dynamics. From anomalous vortices, let's explore what might be the most recently discovered ocean mystery: unexplained flash freezing events where large areas of ocean surface suddenly solidify despite temperatures well above the normal freezing point of seawater. In 2006, a commercial fishing vessel operating in the North Pacific reported that the surrounding ocean surface had suddenly frozen solid in a matter of minutes, encasing the lower portion of the ship's hull in ice. Despite water temperatures measured at approximately 8 degrees C, 46 degrees well above the 2 degrees C freezing point of seawater, the ice formation reportedly expanded outward from a central point at a rate of approximately 15 meters per minute, eventually creating a solid ice sheet covering several square kilometers before beginning to melt and break apart. After about 40 minutes, what made this incident particularly puzzling wasn't just the flash, freezing at above freezing temperatures, but the reported structure of the ice itself. Witnesses described it as having an unusual crystalline appearance with geometric patterns similar to snowflakes, but on a much larger scale. Similar incidents have been reported by vessels operating in various parts of the world's oceans, with particularly frequent occurrences in the North Atlantic, the Sea of Okhotsk, and certain areas of the Southern Ocean near Antarctica. In 2013, a research vessel studying marine chemistry in the Southern Ocean documented a flash freezing event with scientific instruments recording the process of several acres of ocean surface solidifying in less than 15 minutes. Despite ambient water temperatures of 5 degrees C, 41 depth analysis of ice samples collected during the event showed highly unusual crystal structures not typical of normal sea ice with molecular arrangements, suggesting the freezing had occurred through a different physical process than normal temperature-driven phase transition. Even more mysteriously, the salinity of the ice was measured at nearly zero, despite forming directly from seawater that typically has a salinity of around 3.5%, as though the freezing process had somehow separated salt from water molecules instantly, something that normally requires slow freezing and specialized conditions. What makes these flash freezing events particularly significant is that they've been documented not just through eyewitness accounts, but with temperature logs, chemical analysis of ice samples, and in some cases, video recordings showing the rapid expansion of ice across previously liquid surfaces. Conventional meteorology and oceanography struggle to explain how water can freeze solid at temperatures several degrees above its freezing point, particularly in the open ocean where wave action and currents should prevent the formation of stable ice crystals. Some researchers have proposed these might be related to sudden releases of gas hydrates from the seafloor compounds, where methane or other gases are trapped in ice-like crystal structures that could potentially trigger unusual freezing processes when they reach the surface. Others suggest they could be caused by rapid upwelling of supercooled water from extreme depths, water that remains liquid below its freezing point until disturbed by surface conditions, causing instant crystallization, similar to the demonstration experiment of supercooled water freezing when disturbed. But these explanations struggle to account for the geometric crystal structures observed in many cases, the salt-free composition of the resulting ice, or the perfectly circular expansion pattern typical of many documented events. More speculative theories propose connections to unusual electromagnetic phenomena affecting hydrogen bonding in water molecules, potentially allowing crystallization to occur at higher than normal temperatures under specific field conditions. Whatever their cause, these flash freezing events represent one of the ocean's most recently recognized mysteries, phenomena that directly contradict our understanding of basic thermodynamics and phase transition behavior in Earth's most common substance, water itself. From flash freezing mysteries, let's turn to one of the ocean's oldest enigmas: massive underwater light sources that illuminate large areas of the deep sea with no apparent power source or origin. Since the earliest days of deep-sea exploration, submariners and researchers have occasionally reported encountering vast illuminated zones in the darkness of the deep ocean. Not the small, localized flashes of known bioluminescent organisms, but large areas glowing with steady light that can persist for hours or days. In 1971, the deep-diving submersible Alvin encountered what the crew described as an underwater aurora while exploring a region of the mid-Atlantic ridge at a depth of approximately 3,000 dm. The phenomenon reportedly illuminated an area of sea floor approximately 2 kilometers in diameter with a steady, bluish-white glow bright enough to cast shadows, despite being far deeper than any sunlight could penetrate. The light didn't emanate from any specific source, but seemed to permeate the water itself, creating diffuse illumination throughout the area that remained constant as the submersible traversed the region. No evidence of volcanic activity, hydrothermal vents, or unusual biological populations was found that could explain the luminescence, and the phenomenon persisted for the entire 4-hour period. The Alvin remained in the area. Similar illuminated zones have been reported by research vessels operating in the Pacific, particularly near the Mariana Trench and certain regions of the Western Pacific Basin, where ROVs and manned submersibles have documented large glowing areas at depths between 2,000 and 8,000 miles. What makes these deep light phenomena particularly mysterious is that they occur at depths and locations where photosynthesis is impossible, and most forms of bioluminescence would serve no evolutionary purpose. Yet they produce enough light to illuminate vast areas of seafloor with an intensity that far exceeds any known biological light source. In 1985, a Japanese research submersible documented one such illuminated zone in the Rio Trench near Okinawa, measuring the light output at approximately 1/800 lumens per square meter, roughly equivalent to the illumination provided by moonlight on the Earth's surface, but occurring 600 meters underwater where no natural light should exist. Spectroscopic analysis of the light showed a continuous spectrum similar to incandescent sources rather than the specific wavelength peaks typical of bioluminescent reactions, suggesting a fundamentally different mechanism was creating the illumination. Even more puzzling are the reports of these illuminated zones responding to the presence of observers. Submersibles and ROVs sometimes report that the light intensity changes when they enter the area, either brightening or dimming in apparent response to their presence. In 1992, a Russian research vessel operating in the Sea of Okhotsk reported that an illuminated zone approximately 3 kilometers in diameter appeared to follow their submersible as it moved along the seafloor, maintaining a constant distance of about 500 meters, regardless of direction or speed of travel. The phenomenon persisted for over 3 hours before suddenly disappearing, leaving the submersible in the normal darkness of the deep ocean. Scientists have proposed various explanations for these illuminated zones, from unknown chemical reactions occurring in specialized deep-sea environments to novel forms of bioluminescence not yet catalogued by the marine biology. Some researchers suggest they might be related to piezoelectric effects, certain minerals generating electrical discharges when stressed by the extreme pressures of the deep ocean, creating sustained luminescence in the surrounding water. Others propose connections to bacterial mats using previously unknown metabolic pathways that produce light as a byproduct, perhaps in symbiotic relationships with larger organisms spread across the seafloor. But these explanations struggle to account for the scale and intensity of the reported illuminations, the non-biological light spectrum observed in many cases, or the apparent responsive behavior documented by multiple expeditions. More speculative theories suggest these light zones might be related to undiscovered civilizations or technologies operating in the deep ocean, perhaps using light sources powered by energy systems we don't yet understand. Whatever their cause, these massive illuminated zones represent one of the deep ocean's most persistent mysteries, sources of light where no light should exist, illuminating vast regions of the seafloor with an intensity and duration that defies conventional scientific explanation. For mysterious light sources, let's turn to an equally puzzling category of ocean phenomena: massive underwater sound-absorbing zones that create silent dead spaces in the normally acoustic, rich environment of the deep sea. Since the development of sophisticated sonar and underwater acoustic monitoring systems in the mid-20th century, researchers have occasionally discovered regions of the ocean where sound waves seem to disappear completely, not reflected, not refracted, but apparently absorbed with nearly 100% efficiency across all frequency ranges. In 1968, while conducting underwater acoustic tests in the Pacific, the US Navy discovered a roughly cylindrical region, approximately 1,000 meters in diameter and extending from the seafloor to the surface, where sonar, signals and even explosive charges detonated for testing. Purposes produced no detectable echoes or returns. The phenomenon was so complete that hydrophones placed inside the zone recorded near-perfect silence, an almost impossible condition in the ocean environment where sound typically travels efficiently for many miles in all directions. What made this acoustic anomaly particularly puzzling was that water samples taken from within the silent zone showed no unusual chemical composition or physical properties that could explain such extraordinary sound absorption. Similar acoustic dead zones have been documented by naval and research vessels in various parts of the world's oceans, particularly in very deep water over abyssal plains and near certain undersea mountain ranges. In 1992, a NATO research vessel conducting acoustic propagation studies in the North Atlantic mapped a perfectly circular silent zone approximately 3 mi in diameter where sound waves across all tested frequencies from 10 Hz to 25 kHz were absorbed with greater than 99.7% efficiency. The zone maintained its position and dimensions for the 3 days. Researchers were able to study it before naval operations required the vessel to move to a different area. What makes these acoustic anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated military-grade sonar systems specifically designed to detect submarines and other underwater objects with extremely high sensitivity. These aren't the observations of amateur researchers with limited equipment, but precisely measured phenomena recorded by some of the most advanced acoustic technology humans have developed. Conventional acoustic science struggles to explain how any natural material or structure could absorb sound waves so completely across such a wide frequency range. Even the best human-engineered acoustic absorption materials typically work efficiently only within specific frequency bands and require complex, layered structures specifically designed for the purpose. Yet, these ocean silent zones appear to absorb everything from the lowest to the highest frequencies with nearly perfect efficiency, creating truly silent regions in an environment where sound normally propagates better than in air. Some researchers have proposed these might be related to previously unknown properties of water under certain temperature and pressure conditions, perhaps creating molecular arrangements that dissipate acoustic energy through mechanisms not observed in laboratory settings. Others suggest they could be caused by specialized microbubble formations or suspended particles that somehow dampen sound waves through complex interference patterns. More speculative theories propose connections to exotic states of matter forming under the extreme conditions of the deep ocean, potentially involving properties like superfluidity or supercritical states that might affect sound propagation in ways not predicted by conventional physics. Whatever their cause, these perfect sound-absorbing zones represent one of the ocean's most technically well-documented mysteries, regions where the normal laws of acoustic propagation appear to be suspended or altered in ways that defy our current scientific understanding. From acoustic anomalies, let's explore one of the most persistent and widely reported ocean mysteries: massive organisms glimpsed briefly in the deep ocean that far exceed the size of any confirmed marine species. Throughout the history of seafaring, sailors and more recently, submarine crews and deep-sea researchers have reported encounters with marine creatures of such enormous size that they dwarf even the blue whale, the largest animal known to science. What makes these reports particularly credible isn't their frequency, but their consistency across different eras, cultures, and technologies, often involving highly trained observers with sophisticated equipment. In 1978, the crew of a Soviet nuclear submarine operating in the North Atlantic reported an encounter with what they described as a massive, squid-like organism estimated at between 150 mi or 180 ft in length, more than 3 times larger than the largest confirmed giant squid specimen at 43 ft. The creature was reportedly tracked on sonar for 15 minutes before being visually observed through the submarine's periscope, where multiple crew members described seeing an enormous cephalopod with tentacles arranged in an unusual configuration not matching known squid species. Similar encounters have been reported by submarine crews from various nations, particularly in very deep waters over oceanic trenches and abyssal plains. In 1997, the deep-sea research vessel Nautilus, while exploring the Riku Trench near Japan at a depth of approximately 4,700 miles, captured brief video footage of what appeared to be an enormous eel-like creature estimated at 50-60 ft in length based on comparison. With nearby seafloor features, the creature displayed bioluminescent patterns along its body unlike any known species and moved with a swimming motion inconsistent with normal eel locomotion, appearing to undulate vertically rather than horizontally through the water. Despite multiple attempts to relocate the organism during subsequent dives, it was never seen again, and the brief footage remains ambiguous enough that definitive identification has been impossible. Even more puzzling are the reports of creatures that seem to combine features of different known species in impossible ways or display biological capabilities that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of marine biology. In 2001, a research ROV operating near hydrothermal vents in the mid-Atlantic ridge captured images of what appeared to be a vertebrate organism with multiple sets of paired limbs. Not the typical fins of fish, but articulated appendages more similar to terrestrial tetrapods, yet adapted for deep-sea environment where such evolutionary adaptations should have no purpose. The creature vanished before better images could be obtained, and subsequent expeditions to the same area found no further evidence of its existence. Scientists remain skeptical of claims about enormous unknown marine species, pointing out that the deep ocean has been increasingly well surveyed by military sonar networks, research vessels, and commercial operations. They argue that while new species are certainly still being discovered, organisms of truly massive size should have been conclusively documented by now if they existed in meaningful numbers. Yet the consistency of reports from credible observers, occasionally supported by ambiguous but intriguing photographic or sonar evidence, keeps the possibility open that the deep ocean might still harbor organisms of extraordinary size or unusual configuration that have managed to avoid definitive scientific documentation. Some marine biologists propose that these sightings might represent unusually large specimens of known species misidentified due to the challenging observational conditions of the deep ocean. Others suggest they could be composite sightings, where multiple organisms close together create the illusion of a single massive creature when viewed through the limited visibility of deep water. But some researchers maintain that the vast, little explored depths of the ocean, particularly the abyssal and hat zones below 4,000 diameter, could potentially harbor large, rare species that surface only occasionally and have thus far eluded formal scientific documentation. They point to the history of the giant squid and colossal squid, both considered mythical by mainstream science until specimens began to be recovered in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as evidence that extremely large marine organisms can indeed remain undocumented for centuries despite human maritime activity. Whatever the truth behind these sightings, they represent one of the ocean's most enduring mysteries: the possibility that enormous unknown creatures might still patrol the darkness of the deep, glimpsed occasionally but never captured, studied, or formally classified by science from massive unidentified organisms. Let's turn to what might be the ocean's most technologically puzzling mystery: underwater structures that appear to emit their own energy and sometimes respond intelligently to human presence. Since the 1960s, when deep-sea exploration technology first allowed sustained human observation of the ocean floor, researchers have occasionally encountered structures that display characteristics inconsistent with both natural formation and known human construction. These aren't simply unusual geological formations, but objects and installations that appear to be functional in nature, sometimes emitting light, heat, or electromagnetic radiation with no apparent power source. In 1968, the deep-diving submersible Alvin discovered what appeared to be a series of geometric structures near the mid-Atlantic ridge at a depth of approximately 3,200 meters. The formations included perfectly straight parallel walls approximately 3 m high, extending for several hundred meters along the seafloor with regularly spaced openings or doorways, approximately 2 meters wide. What made these structures particularly puzzling wasn't just their geometric precision, unlikely but not impossible for natural formations, but the fact that thermal imaging showed they maintained a constant temperature of 19 degrees C despite being surrounded by near-freezing deep ocean water. Typically around 2 to 4 degrees C, no heat source was visible, and core samples later revealed the structures were composed of a material similar to ordinary basalt, but with unusual crystalline inclusions that lab analysis could not identify. Similar anomalous structures have been documented by research vessels operating in the Pacific, particularly in the Mariana Trench region and certain areas near underwater mountain ranges in the western Pacific Basin. In 1992, a Japanese research submersible exploring the deepest part of the Mariana Trench discovered what the scientific team described as a structure of clearly artificial appearance. A perfect hemisphere approximately 30 meters in diameter, protruding from the seafloor at a depth of over 10,000 m. The hemisphere had a smooth, almost metallic surface with no visible seams or joints and appeared to emit a faint, bluish luminescence that spectroscopic analysis showed was not produced by any known bioluminescent process. Most puzzling of all, the structure seemed to respond to the submersible presence. When researchers attempted to approach within 50 meters, their electronic equipment experienced interference, and the vessel's external lights appeared to dim despite no measurable drop in power. After the third approach attempt, the luminescence from the hemisphere reportedly intensified briefly before the entire structure appeared to retract into the seafloor, leaving only a circular depression that sonar scans indicated extended at least 300 meters beneath the ocean bottom. Subsequent expeditions to the same coordinates found no trace of the structure or the depression, raising questions about whether it had been completely withdrawn or if the original coordinates had somehow been incorrectly recorded despite the research vessel's sophisticated positioning systems. What makes these energy-emitting structures particularly significant is that many have been documented by military or scientific expeditions, with advanced equipment specifically designed to detect and analyze unusual phenomena. These aren't the ambiguous sightings of casual observers, but precisely recorded data from thermal imagers, radiation detectors, electromagnetic field sensors, and other specialized scientific instruments. Conventional science struggles to explain structures that maintain temperatures far above ambient conditions with no visible heat source, emit light with no apparent energy input, or seem to respond intelligently to observation attempts. Some researchers have proposed these might be previously unknown types of hydrothermal or geothermal features, perhaps involving exotic mineral formations that can store and release energy through mechanisms not yet understood. Others suggest they could be related to natural nuclear reactions occurring in uranium deposits on the seafloor, similar to the natural nuclear reactor discovered at Oklo and Gabon, but operating under the different conditions of the deep ocean. More speculative theories propose these might be evidence of advanced technology deployed by unknown agents, whether prehistoric human civilizations with capabilities far beyond what conventional archaeology recognizes non-human terrestrial intelligences that evolve separately in the ocean environment. or even extraterrestrial visitors using the deep ocean as a base of operations. Whatever their origin, these energy-emitting structures represent one of the deep ocean's most technologically puzzling mysteries, installations that appear to function with power, sources and mechanisms beyond our current scientific understanding, occasionally responding to human presence in ways that suggest some form of intelligence or automated response system. From energy-emitting structures, let's explore what might be the deep ocean's most mathematically precise mystery: geometric patterns discovered on the seafloor that exhibit mathematical properties seemingly impossible for natural processes to create. Since the development of high-resolution sonar mapping in the late 20th century, oceanographers have occasionally discovered formations on the deep sea floor that display mathematical relationships with a precision that challenges our understanding of natural pattern formation. In 1994, a research vessel mapping the abyssal plain in the Central Pacific discovered an enormous geometric formation covering approximately 30 square miles of seafloor at a depth of about 5,000. The formation consisted of concentric hexagons, each precisely 314 ps larger than the one it contained, a mathematical relationship maintained with an accuracy of 99.97% across 17 nested structures. What made this discovery particularly puzzling wasn't just the geometric precision, but the fact that the formation was composed of ridges of material with different mineral composition than the surrounding seafloor. Yet chemical dating showed they had all formed simultaneously approximately 15,000 years ago. Similar mathematically precise patterns have been discovered in various parts of the world's oceans, particularly in very deep water far from continental shelves or known human activity. In 2002, researchers mapping the South Atlantic discovered a perfect Fibonacci spiral formation extending over 7 square miles of seafloor, where each segment of the spiral was precisely related to the next by the golden ratio. Approximately 1.618, a mathematical relationship found in certain biological growth patterns, but never before at such enormous scale or precision. The spiral was composed of alternating bands of material with different density and composition, creating a pattern visible on sonar that matched the mathematical Fibonacci sequence to 8 decimal places, a degree of precision seemingly impossible for any known natural process to create. What makes these mathematical seafloor patterns particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated scientific equipment specifically designed for precise measurement and mapping. These aren't ambiguous formations subject to interpretation, but precisely measured structures whose mathematical properties have been confirmed through multiple survey techniques and independent analysis. Conventional geology struggles to explain how natural processes could create formations with such precise mathematical relationships maintained over such vast areas. While certain natural phenomena like crystal growth or fluid dynamics can create geometric patterns, these typically show significant variation and imperfection, rather than the extraordinary precision observed in these seafloor formations. Some researchers have proposed these patterns might be created by previously unknown types of organized bacterial mats or other biological structures that somehow incorporate mathematical principles into their growth patterns. Others suggest they could be the result of unique interactions between seafloor volcanic activity, tectonic movements, and deep ocean currents, creating standing wave patterns that deposit materials in mathematically precise arrangements. More controversial theories propose these might be evidence of intelligent design. Perhaps the remnants of advanced prehistoric civilizations with mathematical knowledge far beyond what conventional history attributes to ancient humans, or even evidence of non-human intelligence operating in the deep ocean environment. Whatever their origin, these mathematically precise seafloor patterns represent one of the ocean's most intellectually challenging mysteries. Formations that exhibit mathematical relationships seemingly too perfect to have been created by random natural processes, yet existing in environments where no known civilization could have constructed them. Now, let's dive into an equally baffling ocean enigma, the phenomenon of impossible currents that flow against the laws of fluid dynamics and sometimes appear to defy gravity itself. Traditional oceanography has mapped the major current systems of the world's oceans, from the powerful Gulf Stream to the massive circumpolar currents of the Southern Ocean. These current systems follow predictable patterns dictated by wind, temperature differentials, the Coriolis effect, and the topography of the ocean basins. But since the development of advanced current measuring technologies in the late 20th century, researchers have occasionally discovered current patterns that simply shouldn't exist according to established hydrodynamic principles. In 1987, oceanographers conducting a survey of deep water movements in the Sargasso Sea discovered what they initially believed to be an equipment malfunction, a narrow, powerful current flowing directly upward from the seafloor toward the surface. This vertical column of moving water, approximately 120 meters in diameter, was traveling at a speed of 17 knots straight up through 4,000 meters of ocean depth, a movement pattern that should be physically impossible according to our understanding of buoyancy and fluid dynamics. When multiple vessels confirmed the same readings using different equipment, researchers were forced to accept that the vertical current actually existed, though they could offer no explanation for what force could be driving water upward with such power and consistency in the middle of an otherwise calm, deep ocean environment. Even more puzzling are the countercurrents that have been documented in various parts of the world's oceans, narrow bands of water flowing with tremendous force in the exact opposite direction to the prevailing major currents around them. In 1992, a research vessel studying the Kuroshio Current near Japan discovered a ribbon-like countercurrent approximately 200 m wide flowing eastward at 9 knots while completely surrounded by the westward flowing main current moving at approximately 4 knots. The countercurrent maintained perfect linear flow despite being embedded within the much larger opposing current system, creating a boundary zone where water moving in opposite directions somehow avoided the turbulent mixing that should occur according to fluid dynamics. What makes these impossible currents particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated current measuring technologies specifically designed for precision oceanographic research, acoustic Doppler current profilers, current meter arrays, and in some cases direct eye tracking of water movement. These aren't ambiguous observations or equipment artifacts, but precisely measured phenomena that consistently violate established principles of how water should move. Some oceanographers have proposed these anomalous currents might be related to localized electromagnetic effects interacting with the salt ions in seawater, potentially creating magnetohydrodynamic forces that can move water in ways not explained by conventional fluid mechanics. Others suggest they could be caused by previously unknown interactions between deep ocean thermal vents and the Earth's rotational forces, perhaps creating localized exceptions to normal Coriolis effects. More speculative theories propose connections to gravitational anomalies or localized distortions in space-time affecting the behavior of mass and energy in certain ocean regions. Whatever their cause, these impossible currents represent one of the ocean's most fundamental hydrodynamic mysteries, water movements that directly contradict our understanding of how fluids should behave, yet have been consistently documented by multiple independent research expeditions. From impossible fluid dynamics, let's turn to what might be the deep ocean's most haunting acoustic mystery. Unexplained patterns of sound that appear to contain structured information but cannot be attributed to any known natural or human source. Since the establishment of comprehensive underwater acoustic monitoring networks in the mid-20th century, primarily for military submarine detection, analysts have occasionally identified sound patterns that bear all the hallmarks of intelligent communication, yet cannot be traced to any recognized source. Unlike the random noise of geological activity or the known patterns of marine mammals, these acoustic sequences contain mathematical relationships, repetitive structures and organizational complexity suggestive of language or coded transmission. In 1979, a classified US Navy hydrophone A ray in the Western Atlantic detected a sequence of sounds lasting approximately 16 minutes that consisted of precisely timed pulses grouped into what appeared to be packets, or words with consistent spacing and organizational patterns, that computer analysis later showed had a mathematical structure remarkably similar to human language. What made these sounds particularly puzzling wasn't just their organized structure, but their origin. They came from a location in the deep ocean trenches, where no known submarine or other human vessel was, operating at a depth far beyond the capabilities of any human diving technology of the time. The sounds were also far more complex than any known animal vocalizations, containing over 400 distinct phonemes or basic sound units. For comparison, human languages typically contain between 20 and 60 phones. Similar structured acoustic sequences have been detected by underwater monitoring systems operated by various nations, with particularly well-documented cases recorded in the deep basins of the Pacific, the North Atlantic Ridge System, and certain regions of the Indian Ocean. In 1997, a joint Russian-American oceanographic expedition studying deep sound channels near the Marianas Trench recorded a series of acoustic patterns so complex and information-dense that when analyzed using mathematical information theory, they were found to contain approximately the same information content per second as human speech. Yet, the frequency range, transmission method, and physical characteristics of the sounds ruled out any known human or animal source. What makes these acoustic patterns particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated military-grade hydrophone arrays and specialized scientific equipment specifically designed to distinguish between different types of underwater sounds. These aren't ambiguous recordings that could be misinterpreted noise, but clearly structured sequences identified as anomalous by experienced acoustic analysts trained to recognize and categorize every known form of underwater sound. Conventional science suggests these might be previously undocumented forms of communication from known marine mammals, perhaps using acoustic techniques and patterns not observed. In their surface behavior, others propose they could be the result of complex interactions between geological processes like microseismic events, occurring in sequences that coincidentally create patterns, resembling organized communication. But these explanations struggle to account for the mathematical complexity observed in many of the sequences, their apparent intentional structure, or the fact that they often occur in patterns that evolve over time as though responding to changing conditions or carrying different information. Content. More speculative theories suggest these could represent communication from unknown intelligence in the deep ocean, whether undiscovered species with advanced cognitive abilities, remnant technologies from prehistoric civilizations, or even non-human entities using the ocean as a habitat, whatever their source. These structured acoustic patterns represent one of the deep ocean's most intellectually challenging mysteries. Sounds that bear the unmistakable signatures of intelligent communication, yet come from environments where no known communicating intelligence should exist. From acoustic mysteries, let's explore what might be the ocean's most controversial temporal anomaly regions, where radioactive decay and other time-dependent processes appear to progress at different rates than anywhere else on Earth. Since the development of precise radiometric dating techniques in the mid-10th century, oceanographers have occasionally discovered deep-sea environments where the decay rates of radioactive isotopes, normally among the most constant and reliable processes in physics, appear to deviate significantly from their established values. In 1976, a research vessel studying sediment cores from the Puerto Rico Trench discovered a spherical region approximately 1/200 meter in diameter where carbon-14 dating of organic materials yielded results, indicating time appeared to be flowing at approximately 147 times the normal rate, compared to identical materials just outside the anomalous zone. What made this temporal anomaly particularly puzzling was that other radioisotopes with different decay mechanisms showed the same proportional deviation, suggesting the effect wasn't chemical or biological in nature. but represented an actual difference in how time itself was progressing within the affected region. Similar chronometric anomalies have been documented in the Mariana Trench, certain regions of the mid-Atlantic Ridge, and a particularly strong and persistent time deviation zone in the South Pacific near the Louisville Seamount chain. In 1998, a Japanese research expedition to this South Pacific anomaly conducted a controlled experiment where identical atomic clocks were placed inside and outside the affected region for 72 hours. When retrieved, the clock within the anomalous zone had advanced approximately 27 minutes more than its twin outside the zone, a deviation far exceeding any explainable error in the atomic clock. Mechanisms and consistent with the radiometric anomalies previously measured in the same location. What makes these time deviation zones particularly significant is that they've been documented using multiple independent dating methods and timing technologies, with results consistently showing the same proportional differences, regardless of the measurement technique used. These aren't ambiguous observations that could be attributed to equipment error or sample contamination, but precisely measured phenomena that have been confirmed through repeated expeditions and multiple scientific teams. Conventional physics struggles to explain how time itself could flow at different rates in specific ocean locations, as such effects should only be possible under extreme conditions like those near black holes or at velocities approaching the speed of light, not in the relatively benign environment of the deep ocean. Some theoretical physicists have proposed these might be related to localized distortions in spacetime created by the interaction of Earth's gravitational and magnetic fields with unusual mass distributions in the ocean floor. Others suggest they could be evidence of exotic matter with negative energy density, creating what physicists call traversable wormholes, theoretical shortcuts through spacetime that could affect the rate at which time progresses in their vicinity. More speculative theories propose connections to the theoretical concept of mirror matter or parallel dimensions, occasionally intersecting with our own, creating regions where the fundamental constants of physics temporarily differ from their normal values. Whatever their cause, these time deviation zones represent one of the ocean's most fundamentally mysterious phenomena. Regions where one of the most basic constants of our reality, the uniform flow of time itself, appears to operate differently than it does everywhere else on Earth. From time anomalies, let's turn to one of the ocean's most visually striking mysteries: massive underwater forest formations composed of material that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of marine biology and chemistry. Since the development of deep-sea exploration technology capable of reaching the most extreme ocean depths, researchers have occasionally discovered vast formations resembling forests or coral reefs, but composed of materials with molecular structures unlike anything in Earth's known biochemistry. In 1983, a research submersible exploring the Cayman Trench in the Caribbean encountered what initially appeared to be an underwater forest covering approximately 3 square miles of seafloor at a depth of about 6,500. What made this discovery particularly puzzling wasn't just finding tree-like structures in the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean where photosynthesis is impossible, but analysis showing these trees weren't biological at all. They were composed of crystalline structures with silicon metallic leases organized in patterns that resembled organic growth but utilized chemical pathways unknown in Earth's biosphere. Despite having no biological cells, DNA, or any other markers of life as we understand it, these formations exhibited behavior normally associated with living organisms. They grew over time, responded to changes in their environment, and even appeared to reproduce by fragmenting and establishing new growth in nearby areas. Similar metallic forest formations have been documented in the Java Trench, certain regions of the South Atlantic, and particularly extensive examples in the hat lily zones of the Pacific, where entire ecosystems of these non-biological formations create structures resembling terrestrial forests with trees reaching heights of over 40 meters. What makes these formations particularly significant is that they've been extensively documented using both remote imaging and direct sampling by research submersibles with comprehensive chemical analysis performed by multiple independent laboratories. These aren't ambiguous formations that could be misidentified mineral deposits or unusual biological structures, but precisely analyze crystal systems that utilize chemical processes not found anywhere else on Earth. Conventional materials, science struggles to explain how non-biological crystalline structures could exhibit such complex organization and apparent responsive behavior without any of the biochemical mechanisms that drive similar processes in living organisms. Some researchers have proposed these might represent a previously unknown form of chemical complexity, systems that bridge the gap between non-living crystal formation and true biological life through self-organizing principles not yet understood by science. Others suggest they could be evidence of silicon-based or metal-organic alternate biochemistry, developing in isolation in the extreme conditions of the deep ocean, potentially representing a separate genesis of complexity entirely independent from the carbon-based life that dominates Earth's surface. More speculative theories propose connections to advanced nanotechnology deployed in the deep ocean by unknown agents, designed to mine or process the unique mineral resources found in these extreme environments, whatever their origin. These metallic forest formations represent one of the deep ocean's most visually dramatic and chemically puzzling mysteries, vast structures that mimic the complexity and behavior of life while operating on completely different chemical principles than any known biological system on Earth. From anomalous deep-sea forests, let's explore one of the ocean's most recently discovered and least understood mysteries, the phenomenon of floating water, where massive volumes of seawater with different density and chemical properties appear to float as distinct bodies within the surrounding ocean without mixing or dissipating as fluid dynamics dictates they should, since the development of advanced ocean chemistry monitoring systems. In the late 20th century, oceanographers have occasionally discovered what they call water masses, distinct bodies of water with sharply defined boundaries that maintain their integrity while moving through the surrounding ocean. While the concept of different water masses is well established in oceanography, the Atlantic has different salinity and temperature characteristics than the Mediterranean. For example, what makes these floating water anomalies particularly mysterious is the impossibility of their clearly defined boundaries and their persistence over time. In 2003, a research vessel studying water chemistry in the Central Pacific discovered a roughly spherical body of water approximately 3 mi in diameter, floating at a depth of about 1,000 meters with chemical and physical properties radically different from the surrounding seawater. This water mass had a salinity approximately 7% higher than the surrounding ocean, a temperature nearly 4 degrees C warmer, and most puzzlingly contained dissolved oxygen levels 22 times higher than should be possible at that depth, levels that would typically only be found at the ocean's surface where wave action incorporates atmospheric oxygen. What made this discovery particularly baffling wasn't just the anomalous chemistry, but the fact that the boundary between this water mass and the surrounding ocean was almost perfectly sharp, transitioning from one set of properties to the other over a distance of less than 15 feet, rather than the gradual mixing zone of many meters or kilometers that should exist according to fluid dynamics. Even more mysteriously, this water mass maintained its integrity while moving through the ocean at a speed of approximately 1.3 knots, preserving its chemical and physical properties despite traveling through different current systems that should have dispersed and diluted it. Similar anomalous water masses have been documented in the Atlantic, particularly in the Bermuda Triangle region and in certain areas of the Indian Ocean near underwater mountain ranges. In 2011, a multinational oceanographic expedition discovered a massive cylindrical water mass in the South Atlantic, approximately 7 mi in diameter and extending from 800 miles to 2,700 meters depth. with properties so different from normal seawater that instruments initially registered it as a solid object rather than a liquid. This water mass had a density nearly 3% higher than the surrounding ocean, yet paradoxically contained micro bubbles of an unknown gas that should have made it more buoyant, creating a seemingly impossible physical state that somehow remained stable and cohesive as it moved slowly eastward. What makes these floating water anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated chemical and physical oceanographic instruments specifically designed for precise measurement of water properties. These are ambiguous observations that could be attributed to equipment, error, or natural variability, but sharply defined phenomena that directly contradict our understanding of how fluids should behave. Conventional fluid dynamics provides no mechanism by which distinct bodies of water with different properties could maintain such sharp boundaries while moving through the surrounding ocean. The principles of diffusion and turbulent mixing should ensure any such differences gradually dissipate. Some oceanographers have proposed these might be related to previously unknown electromagnetic effects that somehow contain and isolate specific water masses through interaction with dissolved minerals and salts. Others suggest they could be evidence of water that has been isolated in underground reservoirs for thousands or millions of years before being released into the ocean through deep sea vents or fissures, perhaps explaining their unusual chemical properties. More speculative theories propose connections to advanced technology deliberately modifying seawater for unknown purposes, perhaps as part of geoengineering experiments or resource extraction processes. Whatever their cause, these impossible floating water masses represent one of the ocean's most fundamental fluid dynamic mysteries, distinct bodies of liquid that maintain their integrity and unique properties while moving through another liquid, a phenomenon that should be physically impossible according to our current understanding of how fluids behave. From fluid dynamic anomalies, let's explore what might be the most unsettling biological mystery in the deep ocean: organisms that appear to operate collectively as a unified intelligence while having no centralized brain or nervous system. Since the development of deep-sea cameras capable of long-duration observation, marine biologists have occasionally documented behavior in certain marine organisms that suggest levels of coordination and apparent intelligence that shouldn't be possible without centralized neural processing. In 1999, a research ROV conducting a long-term study of deep-sea ecology near hydrothermal vents in the Pacific observed what appeared to be a colony of simple marine organisms similar to sea anemones, but previously undocumented, that displayed behavior so coordinated it initially appeared to be a single complex organism. The colony, consisting of thousands of individual polyp-like creatures, each no more than a few centimeters long, would reorganize itself into different formations depending on current patterns, food availability, and the presence of potential predators, creating structures like funnels, walls, nets, and even mobile scout formations that would detach from the main colony to explore the surrounding environment. What made this colonial behavior particularly puzzling was the speed and complexity of the coordination. The entire colony of thousands of individuals could completely reorganize its structure in less than 15 seconds, a level of coordination that should require centralized processing and communication mechanisms not found in such simple organisms. More disturbing were the colony's apparent learning behaviors. When researchers introduced novel stimuli like unusual light patterns or unfamiliar objects, the colony would initially retreat, but over repeated exposures would develop increasingly sophisticated response strategies, suggesting some form of memory and adaptive intelligence. Yet, detailed examination of the individual organisms showed no specialized neural structures or communication mechanisms that could explain this collective intelligence. Each polyp was a relatively simple creature with only the most basic nerve clusters. Similar collectively intelligent colonial organisms have been documented in other deep ocean environments, particularly in the Haddle Trenches and certain abyssal plain regions. In 2008, a Japanese research expedition to the Mariana Trench documented what appeared to be a massive colonial organism composed of millions of simple individual units that formed a distributed network covering several square kilometers of seafloor at depths exceeding 10,000 meters. This colony displayed behavior that marine biologists described as unmistakably intelligent. It could solve complex maze-like problems to reach food sources, appeared to maintain a form of distributed memory, allowing it to recognize patterns it had encountered before, and most disturbingly, seemed to actively study the research equipment observing it, changing its behavior when it detected camera movements or sampling attempts. What makes these collectively intelligent organisms particularly significant is that they've been documented through extended observation using sophisticated recording equipment and studied by multiple independent research teams. These aren't ambiguous behaviors that could be misinterpreted as intelligence, but complex adaptive strategies that show clear evidence of problem-solving, learning, and coordinated action without any identifiable mechanism to support such capabilities. Conventional biology suggests these might represent emergent properties of simple colonial organisms, where complex behaviors arise from the interaction of many simple units following basic rules similar to how ant or bee colonies can appear intelligent despite the limited cognitive capabilities of individual members. But this explanation struggles to account for the speed, sophistication, and apparent purposefulness observed in many deep-sea colonial organisms, which far exceed the emerging behaviors documented in even the most complex surface-dwelling colonial species. Others propose these organisms might utilize entirely different mechanisms for processing information and coordinating behavior, perhaps chemical signaling systems, bioelectrical fields, or even quantum effects operating at cellular levels to create distributed intelligence without centralized neural structures. More speculative theories suggest these could represent a fundamentally different evolutionary approach to intelligence, one based on distributed processing across many simple units rather than the centralized brain-based model that evolved in surface-dwelling animals. Whatever the explanation, these collectively intelligent deep-sea organisms represent one of the ocean's most profound biological mysteries, entities that display unmistakable signs of complex intelligence, yet operate through mechanisms that lie outside our current understanding of how cognition and consciousness develop. From biological mysteries, let's turn to what might be the ocean's most explosive enigma, the phenomenon of massive underwater detonations that occur with no apparent natural or human cause. Since the establishment of comprehensive seismic monitoring networks in the mid-10th century, geologists and oceanographers have occasionally detected explosive events on the ocean floor that release energy equivalent to small nuclear detonations, yet can't be attributed to any known natural process or human activity. In 1982, seismic stations across the Pacific detected what appeared to be an explosion on the seafloor near the Tonga Trench, with an estimated energy release equivalent to approximately 18,000 tons of TNT, nearly as powerful as the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. What made this event particularly puzzling was its precise location in a region with no known volcanic or tectonic activity, no record of military testing or operations, and at a depth approximately $900 mess, far beyond the crush depth of any known submarine or underwater weapon system. Analysis of the acoustic signature showed characteristics inconsistent with both volcanic eruptions and undersea landslides, the two natural phenomena that might produce similar energy releases with a pressure wave pattern more similar to a conventional explosion but lacking the radioactive signatures that would indicate a nuclear event. Similar unexplained detonations have been detected in various parts of the world's oceans, with particularly well-documented cases recorded in the South Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, and the Western Pacific Basin. In 1997, an underwater detonation near the Louisville Seamount chain was powerful enough to be detected by seismic stations on 3 continents, releasing energy estimated at approximately 30,000 tons of TNT equivalent. What? made this event particularly significant was that a research vessel happened to be operating approximately 100 miles from the detonation site and was able to reach the coordinates within 15 hours, finding no evidence of volcanic activity, no floating debris that would indicate a sunken vessel or aircraft, and water chemistry tests showing no residue of known explosives or fuel. The seafloor at the detonation site showed a perfectly circular depression approximately 70 in diameter with vitrified sediment around its perimeter, indicating temperatures far exceeding those produced by any known natural underwater process. What makes these underwater detonations particularly mysterious is that they've been documented using sophisticated seismic monitoring networks designed to detect nuclear tests, equipment specifically engineered to distinguish between different types of explosive or seismic events. These aren't ambiguous readings that could be attributed to equipment malfunction or misinterpreted natural phenomena, but precisely measured explosive events with characteristics that match no known natural process or human activity. Some geologists have proposed these might be related to sudden releases of methane hydrate deposits on the seafloor, potentially creating explosive gas-air mixtures that could detonate under certain conditions. Others suggest they could be caused by previously unknown types of chemical reactions in deep-sea environments, perhaps involving unstable mineral compounds that can accumulate energy before releasing it catastrophically. More speculative theories propose connections to exotic physical processes like vacuum energy fluctuations, antimatter interactions, or even temporary micro-black holes forming and evaporating in regions where certain theoretical physics models suggest the fabric of space might be unusually thin. From these explosive anomalies, let's explore what might be the most archaeologically significant ocean mystery: underwater ruins that appear to predate human civilization, yet contain technological features our ancestors shouldn't have been capable of creating. In 2007, a team mapping underwater archaeological sites off the western coast of Cuba discovered a complex of geometric stone structures in 2,300 ft of water, far too deep for conventional diving, and at a depth that would have been above water only during the last ice age, more than 1,200 years ago. What made these structures particularly puzzling wasn't just their age, but their incorporation of materials like polished granite and basalt transported from hundreds of miles away, precision cut to tolerances of less than 0.5 metal, a level of stoneworking precision that would challenge even modern tools. More mysteriously, several of the largest structures contained what appeared to be advanced hydraulic systems, networks of perfectly cylindrical tubes and chambers carved through solid stone that engineers who examined the footage described as surprisingly similar to modern fluid handling technology. When samples were recovered using remotely operated vehicles, laboratory analysis yielded an even more baffling discovery. The stone wasn't entirely natural, but contained synthetic crystalline compounds that couldn't have been created using any technology available to ancient civilizations. Similar anomalous underwater ruins have been discovered in the Mediterranean, particularly near the island of Malta, where sonar mapping revealed extensive geometric foundations now lying under 120 ft of water. In 2014, an archaeological expedition investigating these Maltese underwater structures discovered embedded metallic components with properties similar to modern titanium alloys, materials that require temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees F to forge, far beyond the capabilities of any known ancient metallurgical technology. What makes these technological anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated scientific equipment and analyzed by experts in archaeology, metallurgy, and engineering with no predisposition toward fringe theories. These aren't ambiguous formations that could be interpreted as natural or the product of wishful thinking, but precisely documented structures containing materials and design features that shouldn't have existed at the time of their apparent construction. Conventional archaeology struggles to explain not just how ancient civilizations could have created these structures with technology supposedly not developed until thousands of years later, but why they would have built them in locations that were already deep underwater. According to our understanding of historical sea levels, some researchers have proposed these might be evidence of previously unknown advanced civilizations that existed during or before the last ice age, perhaps destroyed by the same catastrophic flooding that submerged their coastal infrastructure. Others suggest they could represent outlier settlements of known ancient cultures that somehow developed technological capabilities far beyond their contemporaries, perhaps through isolated genius or knowledge preserved from even earlier societies. More controversial theories propose these structures might have been created by non-human intelligence, whether indigenous to Earth or originating elsewhere, establishing underwater bases in locations deliberately chosen to be inaccessible to surface-dwelling humans. Whatever their origin, these anomalous underwater ruins with advanced technological features represent one of the ocean's most historically significant mysteries, evidence that sophisticated engineering and metallurgy might have existed on Earth thousands of years before conventional history records their development. From archaeological anomalies, let's dive into what might be the ocean's most perplexing magnetic mystery: underwater zones, where the normal geomagnetic field of the Earth is dramatically altered or completely absent. Since the development of precision marine magnetometers in the mid-10th century, researchers have occasionally discovered regions of the ocean where the Earth's magnetic field behaves in ways that defy conventional geophysics. In 1986, a research vessel conducting a geomagnetic survey of the South Atlantic discovered a perfectly circular area approximately 13 miles in diameter, where the Earth's magnetic field was completely absent. A magnetic void where compasses spun randomly and sensitive. Equipment designed to measure even the weakest magnetic fields registered absolute zero. What made this discovery particularly puzzling wasn't just the complete absence of Earth's omnipresent magnetic field, but the fact that the boundary between normal and zero field regions was extraordinarily sharp, transitioning from typical geomagnetic readings to absolute zero over a distance of less than 20 meters. According to established geophysics, such a sharp magnetic boundary should be impossible in a fluid environment like the ocean, where field lines should gradually curve and diminish rather than suddenly terminate. Similar magnetic anomaly zones have been documented in the Pacific, particularly near underwater mountain ranges in certain deep ocean trenches, where research vessels have recorded what geophysicists call magnetic islands. Isolated regions where the magnetic field orientation is completely reversed or oriented at impossible angles to the surrounding global field. In 1998, a Japanese expedition studying the geology of the Raichu Trench discovered a magnetic anomaly so powerful that it caused the ship's standard navigation equipment to fail completely, forcing them to rely on astronomical navigation until they moved beyond the affected region. When specialized equipment was deployed to measure the anomaly, researchers discovered not just unusual field strength or orientation, but a magnetic pattern that fluctuated in what appeared to be a non-random sequence, changing direction and intensity at regular intervals that mathematical analysis later suggested contained organized information similar to a binary code. What makes these geomagnetic anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated magnetometers specifically designed for precision measurement of Earth's magnetic field, equipment routinely used for tasks like submarine detection and mineral exploration where accuracy is critical. These aren't ambiguous readings that could be attributed to equipment malfunction or standard variations in the geomagnetic field, but dramatic and precisely measured deviations that violate our understanding of how planetary magnetic fields function. Conventional geophysics suggests Earth's magnetic field is generated by the movement of molten iron in the planet's outer core, creating a relatively uniform dipole field that varies smoothly across the planet's surface. Local variations can occur due to mineral deposits or geological features with magnetic properties, but these should create gradual distortions in the field, not the sharp boundaries, complete voids, or organized pulsation. Patterns observed in these oceanic anomaly zones. Some researchers have proposed these magnetic mysteries might be related to unusual concentrations of magnetically active minerals on the seafloor, perhaps arranged in patterns we don't yet understand due to previously unknown geological processes. Others suggest they could be evidence of enormous metallic structures buried beneath the seafloor, whether ancient human technology, extraterrestrial artifacts, or even the remnants of advanced equipment from Earth civilizations predating our historical record. More speculative theories propose connections to theoretical physics concepts like localized magnetic monopoles, topological defects in spacetime, or even directed manipulation of the geomagnetic field by some form of advanced technology operating in the deep ocean. Whatever their cause, these magnetic anomaly zones represent one of the ocean's most fundamentally mysterious phenomena, regions, where one of the most basic and omnipresent fields of our planet behaves in ways that defy conventional scientific explanation. From magnetic mysteries, let's turn to what might be the ocean's most mind-bending hydrological enigma: underwater rivers, lakes, and waterfalls that flow within the ocean itself, maintaining their integrity as distinct bodies of water despite being surrounded by seawater. While underwater rivers form by density, differences are a known phenomenon. Oceanographers have occasionally discovered hydrological features in the deep ocean that operate according to principles that seem to defy basic fluid dynamics. In 2004, a research submersible exploring the continental shelf off the coast of Mexico discovered what appeared to be a river flowing along the seafloor at a depth of approximately 2,800 meters. Not simply a current, but a distinct channel of water with clearly defined banks that maintained its separation from the surrounding ocean. What made this underwater river particularly puzzling wasn't just its clear boundaries, but the fact that it flowed uphill against gravity, climbing a seafloor gradient of approximately 7 degrees for over 30 kilometers while maintaining a steady flow rate of about 4 knots. Analysis of water samples from the river showed it had chemical properties almost identical to the surrounding seawater, differing only in having a slightly higher concentration of dissolved silicon compounds, a difference so minor it couldn't explain the water's ability to maintain its distinct identity or its apparent defiance of gravity. Similar hydrological anomalies have been documented in various parts of the world's oceans, including underwater lakes with distinct shorelines that maintain their integrity for decades despite being composed of water chemically similar to their surroundings, and waterfalls that appear to flow between different depth levels without dispersing. In 2011, a multinational oceanographic expedition discovered a system of interconnected underwater lakes in the Western Pacific at depths between 3,000 and 4,500 mist, with distinct shorelines, wave action on their surfaces, and even what appeared to be weather-like circulation patterns within each body of water. Most puzzling of all, these lakes remain stable and distinct from the surrounding ocean despite having nearly identical salinity and temperature properties that should have caused them to mix and disperse according to basic principles of fluid dynamics. What makes these hydrological features particularly significant is that they've been extensively documented using both remote imaging and direct sampling by research submersibles with comprehensive chemical and physical analysis performed by multiple independent laboratories. These aren't ambiguous observations that could be misidentified normal ocean phenomena, but precisely analyzed hydrological systems that operate according to principles that seem to violate basic physics. Conventional fluid dynamics struggles to explain how bodies of water with similar physical and chemical properties to their surroundings could maintain such distinct boundaries, let alone flow against gravity or create stable surface-like interfaces. Within a fluid environment, some oceanographers have proposed these might be related to previously undocumented quantum effects operating at macroscopic scales in certain deep-sea environments, potentially creating phase-like boundaries between waters with identical chemical compositions. Others suggest they could be evidence of natural electromagnetic fields somehow containing and directing specific bodies of water through interaction with dissolved minerals and salts. More speculative theories propose these hydrological anomalies might be manifestations of localized alterations in the fundamental properties of water itself, perhaps related to exotic states of matter, possible only under the extreme conditions of the deep ocean. Whatever their cause, these impossible rivers, lakes, and waterfalls represent one of the ocean's most visually striking and conceptually challenging mysteries. Hydrological systems that operate according to principles that seem to fundamentally contradict our understanding of how water behaves. From hydrological anomalies, let's explore what might be one of the ocean's most unsettling psychological mysteries: specific underwater locations that appear to directly affect human consciousness and perception in ways that cannot be explained by known environmental factors. Since the early days of deep-sea exploration with human observers, researchers have occasionally documented what they call consciousness anomaly zones, specific locations in the deep ocean where human perception, cognition, and even emotional states are dramatically affected in consistent and repeatable ways. In 1979, the deep diving research submersible Alvin was conducting a geological survey of the mid-Atlantic ridge when the three-person crew reported experiencing identical and simultaneous hallucinations. They all perceived the ocean outside as suddenly becoming transparent for approximately 70 seconds, allowing them to see for miles through what should have been opaque water. What made this perceptual anomaly particularly significant wasn't just that three trained scientists experienced the same hallucinations simultaneously, but that their instrument readings during this period showed a brief but dramatic spike in unusual electromagnetic frequencies not typically found in the deep ocean environment. When the submersible returned to the same coordinates 3 days later, the phenomenon repeated with identical characteristics affecting a different crew, and once again corresponding with the same electromagnetic anomalies, suggesting a persistent environmental effect rather than random hallucination. Similar consciousness-affecting zones have been documented by research vessels operating in various parts of the world's oceans, particularly near certain underwater geological features and in regions with unusual electromagnetic properties. In 1994, a French research submersible operating near hydrothermal vents in the South Pacific encountered a region where all 4 crew members experienced what they described as time perception dilation, a 43-minute dive that all crew members independently perceived as lasting less than 10 minutes, with synchronized watches confirming the actual time elapsed. More disturbing are the reports of what marine researchers call emotional inversion zones, specific deep ocean locations where human emotional states appear to be dramatically and consistently altered, with effects ranging from sudden overwhelming fear to equally intense euphoria experienced by all personnel within the affected area. What makes these consciousness anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented through both subjective reports and objective physiological measurements. Changes in brainwave patterns, stress hormone levels, and cognitive test performance that confirm something is genuinely affecting human neural function in these locations. These aren't simply the subjective experiences of isolated individuals that could be attributed to the psychological stress of deep-sea operations, but consistent effects experienced by multiple researchers at the same coordinates, often corresponding with measurable environmental anomalies. Conventional neuroscience suggests these effects might be related to extreme pressure conditions affecting brain chemistry, unusual concentrations of gases dissolved in the water that might influence neural function when absorbed through the submersible hull, or electromagnetic fields interfering with normal brain activity. But these explanations struggle to account for the extreme specificity of the affected zones, often limited to areas just a few hundred meters across with sharp boundaries beyond which the effects immediately cease, or the consistency of the experiences across different individuals with no prior knowledge of what others had reported at the same location. Some researchers have proposed these consciousness-affecting zones might be related to quantum effects operating on neural systems under the unique conditions of the deep ocean, potentially creating measurable impacts on human consciousness through mechanisms not yet understood. Others suggest there could be evidence of unknown forms of radiation or energy emanating from certain seafloor features, perhaps related to geological processes we haven't fully identified. More speculative theories propose these locations might represent thin points between different states of reality, places where the boundary between objective physical reality and conscious perception becomes unusually permeable, allowing experiences normally considered impossible. Whatever their cause, these consciousness-affecting zones represent one of the ocean's most personally impactful mysteries, locations where the human mind itself appears to be influenced by environmental factors we cannot yet identify or understand. From psychological anomalies, let's turn to one of the ocean's most persistently documented yet unexplained phenomena: underwater objects that move with apparent intelligence, yet match no known submarine technology or marine species. Since the development of sophisticated underwater detection systems in the mid-20th century, military and research vessels have occasionally tracked objects moving through deep water at speeds, depths, and with maneuverability that should be physically impossible according to our understanding of hydrodynamics. In 1997, the USS Russell, an American destroyer equipped with advanced sonar systems, tracked an unknown underwater object in the North Pacific that descended to a depth of 27,000 RDFT, far beyond the crushed depth of any known submarine, where it moved horizontally at more than 150 knots, executing right-angled turns that would generate G-forces fatal to any human crew. What made this encounter particularly significant wasn't just the impossible performance characteristics, but the fact that the object was simultaneously tracked by multiple independent sensor systems, both passive and active sonar arrays, magnetic anomaly detectors, and water density monitors, eliminating the possibility of equipment malfunction or false returns. Similar encounters have been reported by naval vessels from multiple nations, with particularly well-documented cases recorded by Russian, Chinese, and French submarine forces operating in the deep waters of the Atlantic, Pacific and Indian Oceans. In 2004, a French ballistic missile submarine on patrol in the South Indian Ocean tracked 7 separate unknown objects moving in precise formation at a depth of approximately 22,000 FT, maintaining perfect synchronization as they executed complex maneuvers at speeds exceeding 80 knots. The submarine's commander later reported that the objects appeared to be responding to active sonar pulses by altering their movement patterns, behavior suggesting intelligent reaction to being detected rather than the predictable responses of natural phenomena. What makes these encounters particularly credible is that they've been documented using the most sophisticated underwater detection technology on Earth, multi-billion-dollar systems designed for naval warfare where accuracy in identifying underwater objects is literally a matter of national security. These aren't ambiguous readings from amateur equipment or misidentifications of known phenomena, but precise tracking data gathered by trained operators using multiple redundant systems specifically designed to identify and classify anything moving underwater. Conventional explanations suggest these might be misidentifications of known natural phenomena, like internal waves, current boundaries, or large marine animal groups, perhaps distorted by unusual acoustic conditions in the deep ocean. Others propose they could be evidence of classified submarine technology developed by competing naval powers, perhaps experimental vessels using advanced propulsion systems not yet revealed publicly. But these explanations struggle to account for the extreme performance characteristics reported in many cases. Depths that would crush any known submersible hull, speeds that would create cavitation bubbles and massive acoustic signatures, and maneuvers generating G-forces beyond human survival limits. Some researchers have proposed these objects might represent unknown marine species with biological capabilities we haven't yet documented, not perhaps massive colonial organisms using jet propulsion or other mechanisms that could create sonar returns resembling solid objects. More speculative theories suggest they could be evidence of non-human technology operating in our oceans, whether developed by previously unknown indigenous intelligence or originating from somewhere beyond Earth. Whatever their nature, these unidentified underwater objects represent one of the ocean's most technically well-documented mysteries, phenomena tracked by sophisticated military equipment that move through water in ways that should be physically impossible, according to our current understanding of technology and hydrodynamics, from mysterious underwater objects. Let's explore what might be the ocean's most chemically puzzling enigma: the phenomenon of immortal water, locations where organic material doesn't decay and metal doesn't corrode, despite conditions that should make both processes inevitable. Since the development of deep-sea archaeology and long-term oceanographic monitoring stations, researchers have occasionally discovered what they call preservation zones, specific locations in the deep ocean where the normal processes of decomposition and corrosion appear to be dramatically slowed or completely halted. In 1986, an archaeological expedition investigating a 16th century shipwreck in the Caribbean discovered that portions of the wooden hull exposed to open seawater showed no signs of decay despite over 400 years of immersion. Wood that remained structurally intact and even retained tool marks from its original construction. What made this preservation particularly puzzling was its specificity. Only the sections of the wreck within a roughly circular area, about 70 meters in diameter, showed this remarkable state of preservation, while identical materials just outside this boundary displayed the expected level of decomposition for their age, and environmental water samples from within the preservation zone showed no unusual chemical properties that could explain this effect. Normal oxygen levels, typical pH, and standard concentrations of the bacteria and microorganisms that normally drive decomposition in underwater environments. Similar preservation anomalies have been documented at various locations around the world, particularly in very deep water and near certain geological formations like seamounts and oceanic ridges. In 2003, a research team studying long-term corrosion processes in the deep Pacific installed a monitoring station with various metal samples, including iron, copper, aluminum, and titanium alloys mounted on a frame at a depth of approximately 4,800 ordinties. When the station was recovered 3 years later, researchers were astonished to find that not only had the metal samples shown zero corrosion, but the steel frame itself, deliberately left unprotected as a control, showed no oxidation whatsoever, remaining as pristine as the day it was deployed. Chemical analysis of water from the site revealed normal oxygen content and salinity conditions under which corrosion should have been inevitable. Yet, some unknown factor had completely halted the oxidation process. What makes these preservation zones particularly significant is that they've been documented through long-term scientific studies specifically designed to measure decomposition and corrosion rates in various ocean environments. These aren't ambiguous observations that could be attributed to unusual local conditions or errors in experimental design, but precisely documented phenomena that directly contradict our understanding of fundamental chemical processes like oxidation and biological decay. Conventional chemistry and biology struggle to explain how organic material can resist decomposition, or metals can avoid corrosion in environments with normal oxygen levels, bacterial populations, and other factors known to drive these processes. Some researchers have proposed these preservation effects might be related to previously unknown properties of deep sea water under extreme pressure conditions, perhaps creating molecular arrangements that somehow inhibit normal oxidation and decomposition reactions. Others suggest they could be evidence of unusual electromagnetic fields affecting electron transfer at the atomic level, the fundamental mechanism behind both corrosion and many forms of biological decomposition. More speculative theories propose connections to exotic quantum effects operating at macroscopic scales in these specific ocean locations, potentially creating what physicists call decoherence-free subspaces where normal thermodynamic processes are locally suspended. Whatever their cause, these immortal water zones represent one of the ocean's most chemically baffling mysteries, locations where the fundamental processes of material degradation appear to be suspended by mechanisms we cannot yet identify or understand. From chemical preservation anomalies, let's turn to what might be the ocean's most otherworldly mystery: underwater zones where the normal spectrum of light is dramatically altered, creating environments that appear to exist partly in wavelengths beyond human visual perception. Since the development of advanced spectral imaging technology capable of functioning at extreme ocean depths, researchers have occasionally discovered what they call spectral shift zones, specific locations in the deep ocean, where the normal properties of light are dramatically altered in ways that defy conventional optics. In 2001, a research ROV equipped with specialized light sensors was exploring hydrothermal vent systems near the East Pacific Rise when it encountered a roughly spherical region approximately 200 meters in diameter, where the normal spectrum of visible light appeared to be shifted entirely into the ultraviolet and infrared ranges. What made this spectral anomaly particularly puzzling wasn't just the shift itself, but the fact that it affected both natural bioluminescence and the ROV's artificial lighting equally, suggesting a fundamental alteration in how electromagnetic radiation propagated through this specific volume of water rather than a simple filtering effect. When the ROV's cameras were modified to capture these normally invisible wavelengths, they revealed an environment that appeared dramatically different. Structures that were invisible under normal lighting became clearly visible, while ordinary features seemed to disappear entirely. Most surprisingly, this altered spectral region contained biological organisms that appear to have evolved specifically for this unusual light environment. Creatures with visual organs, sensitive to ultraviolet and infrared wavelengths, but apparently blind to the normal visible spectrum that dominates everywhere else on Earth. Similar spectral anomalies have been documented in other deep ocean locations, particularly near certain geological features and in regions with unusual electromagnetic properties. In 2009, a Japanese research vessel studying bioluminescence in the Mariana Trench discovered a vertical column of water approximately 17 meters in diameter that appeared to bend light in impossible ways, creating what researchers described as a naturally occurring hyperspectral environment, where light seemed to fragment into constituent wavelengths that remain distinct rather than mixing as they should according to standard optics. What makes these spectral anomalies particularly significant is that they've been documented using sophisticated scientific instruments specifically designed to measure and analyze light across the electromagnetic spectrum. These aren't subjective visual observations that could be attributed to equipment limitations or observer error, but precisely measured phenomena that directly contradict our understanding of how light should behave in water. Conventional physics suggests that water absorbs light in predictable ways across the spectrum, with red wavelengths disappearing first as depth increases, followed by orange, yellow, and eventually all visible light beyond a few hundred meters. While certain materials can shift or filter specific wavelengths, there's no known mechanism that could create the total spectral inversions observed in these anomaly zones, where entire categories of electromagnetic radiation appear to be transformed into different wavelengths. Some researchers have proposed these spectral phenomena might be related to unusual concentrations of rare elements or compounds, and these specific ocean locations perhaps creating previously undocumented forms of quantum fluorescence that could shift entire wavelength ranges. Others suggest they could be evidence of exotic states of water molecules under extreme pressure conditions, potentially creating structures that interact with light in ways not observable in laboratory environments. More speculative theories propose these spectral anomalies might represent regions where the fundamental constants that govern electromagnetic propagation are locally altered, perhaps due to interactions with dark matter, vacuum energy fluctuations, or other exotic physical phenomena. Whatever their cause, these spectral shift zones represent one of the ocean's most visually dramatic mysteries. Environments where the basic properties of light itself appear to operate according to different rules, creating otherworldly landscapes that exist partly beyond human perception. From spectral anomalies, let's explore what might be the ocean's most geologically impossible mystery: underwater formations that appear to reorganize themselves over time without any apparent mechanism or external force. Since the development of long-term seafloor monitoring systems capable of creating precise 3D maps of the ocean bottom, geologists have occasionally discovered what they call mobile geology, specific formations on the deep seafloor that appear to change position, orientation, and sometimes even shape between successive surveys despite no earthquake activity. Currents, or other known mechanisms that could explain such movement. In 1994, a research project mapping seamounts in the Western Pacific created a detailed sonar survey of an underwater mountain range at a depth of approximately 3,700 meters, precisely documenting the position and shape of each formation with accuracy to within 1.5, and when the same area was resurveyed 3 years later using identical equipment calibrated to the same specifications, researchers were astonished to discover that several large formations, including a stone arch approximately 30 meters tall and a pyramid-shaped seamount estimated to weigh over 8 million tons, had shifted position by as much as 170 years. What made these movements particularly puzzling wasn't just the enormous mass of the displaced formations, but the fact that the surrounding seafloor showed no signs of the disturbance that should have resulted from such massive objects being dragged or pushed across the bottom. Instead, the formations appear to have hopped to their new positions, leaving no furrows, sediment, displacement, or other evidence of conventional movement. Similar mobile geology has been documented in various parts of the world's oceans, particularly in very deep water, far from continental shelves and known tectonic activity zones. In 2007, a multinational geological survey using autonomous underwater vehicles to map the mid-Atlantic ridge discovered a field of perfectly spherical stone formations, each approximately 10 meters in diameter, that appeared to be slowly rotating in place despite no current or other mechanism that could explain such movement. When monitoring equipment was installed to document this rotation, it captured footage showing that the spheres not only turned but occasionally changed position overnight, moving up to 30 meters across the seafloor with no visible means of propulsion. What makes these mobile geological features particularly significant is that they've been documented through repeated precision surveys using the most sophisticated mapping technology available: multi-beam sonar, underwater LAR, and in some cases direct visual observation from submersibles. These aren't measurement errors or misidentifications of different formations, but precisely track movements of specific, identifiable geological features that should be permanently fixed, according to everything we understand about underwater geology. Conventional geology provides no mechanism by which massive stone formations could move across the seafloor without leaving evidence of their passage, let alone appear to teleport from one position to another with no disturbance of the surrounding environment. Some researchers have proposed these movements might be related to previously unknown properties of certain stone types under extreme pressure conditions, perhaps involving piezoelectric effects that could create minute but cumulative movements over time. Others suggest they could be evidence of massive, previously undocumented organisms that mimic stone formations as a form of camouflage. Perhaps colonial creatures that move so slowly their motion is only detectable over months or years. More speculative theories propose connections to exotic physical processes like quantum tunneling operating at macroscopic scales in the unique conditions of the deep ocean, or localized alterations in gravitational fields that might allow massive objects to move with minimal friction. Whatever their cause, these mobile geological formations represent one of the ocean's most fundamentally puzzling mysteries. Solid stone structures that appear to move of their own accord across the seafloor by mechanisms that defy conventional physics and geology. For mobile geology, let's turn to what might be the ocean's most temporally perplexing mystery: underwater locations, where events from the past appear to replay themselves, creating what researchers call temporal echoes that can be observed and sometimes even recorded. Since the advent of long-term underwater monitoring stations equipped with video and acoustic recording capabilities, researchers have occasionally documented what appear to be non-random repetitions of specific events phenomena that recur with such precise duplication that they suggest either extraordinary coincidence or some form of temporal anomaly. In 1997, an automated monitoring station installed near a hydrothermal vent field in the Pacific to study deep-sea ecology captured footage of what appeared to be a previously unknown type of squid with distinctive patterned bioluminescence moving through the camera's field of view. What made the sighting particularly puzzling was that exactly 1 year later to the minute, an identical squid with the same size, distinctive markings, and even the same pattern of movement was captured on camera, following the exact same path through the water. When the recording station was programmed to capture continuous footage on the anniversary of these sightings, it documented the same squid-like creature appearing at precisely the same time for 7 consecutive years. Each time moving through the field of view in a manner so identical that when the footage was superimposed, the creatures aligned perfectly frame by frame. Similar temporal repetitions have been documented at various deep ocean locations, particularly near certain geological features and in regions with unusual electromagnetic or gravitational properties. In 2005, a research submersible exploring an underwater cave system off the coast of Malta recorded what appeared to be the acoustic signature of an ancient shipwreck. The sounds of wood creaking, metal scraping stone, and what seemed to be human voices shouting in an archaic language. When acoustic experts analyzed the recording, they determined it matched historical accounts of a Roman trading vessel that sank in the area around 250 BCE, with language elements consistent with Vulgar Latin from that period. Most remarkably, local fishermen had reported hearing identical sounds emanating from the water in that location for centuries, always during the winter solstice, suggesting a persistent temporal phenomenon rather than a one-time acoustic anomaly. What makes these temporal echoes particularly significant is that many have been documented using sophisticated recording equipment designed for long-term scientific monitoring, systems with precise timestamps, multiple redundant sensors, and safeguards against data corruption or manipulation. These aren't subjective observations that could be attributed to human perception errors or storytelling embellishment, but precisely recorded phenomena that show patterns of repetition defying our understanding of linear time. Conventional physics suggests that while certain events might display cyclical patterns due to natural cycles like ocean currents, tides, or biological rhythms, the exact duplication of complex events down to minute details should be statistically impossible, particularly when those events involve apparently intelligent or biological elements. Some researchers have proposed these temporal repetitions might be related to unusual acoustic properties in certain underwater environments, perhaps creating sound fossils where complex audio patterns are somehow preserved and periodically replayed through little understood resonance effects. Others suggest they could be evidence of quantum phenomena operating at macroscopic scales in the unique conditions of the deep ocean, potentially creating what physicists call closed time-like curves, theoretical pathways through space-time that could allow information or energy to loop back on itself. More speculative theories propose connections to emerging concepts in theoretical physics like retrocausality or block universe theory, where time may not flow strictly in one direction but might allow echoes or impressions of events to appear out of their original temporal context. Whatever their cause, these temporal echo phenomena represent one of the ocean's most conceptually challenging mysteries. Events that appear to repeat with impossible precision, suggesting either extraordinary coincidence or fundamental properties of time and space that we have yet to understand. As we've journeyed together through these unexplained ocean mysteries, from ghost ships to underwater lights, from impossible creatures to time anomalies, I hope you felt a sense of wonder at how much remains unknown about our own planet. The ocean's depths hold secrets that challenge our understanding of physics, biology, history, and perhaps even the nature of reality itself. Next time you stand at the shore looking out at that seemingly peaceful surface, remember what lies beneath. Not just the mysteries we've explored tonight, but countless others waiting to be discovered. The ocean is Earth's last great frontier, a world of darkness and pressure, where the rules we take for granted might not apply, where creatures beyond our imagination might swim through eternal midnight, where the very history of our planet and species might be preserved in ways we're only beginning to understand. If you've enjoyed diving into these deep-sea mysteries with me, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment letting me know which of these ocean enigmas you found most fascinating or terrifying, or share your own unexplained ocean experiences. And as always, I'm curious to know, where are you listening from and what time is it there? Until next time, when we'll explore another realm of the unexplained. Remember that the greatest mysteries aren't in distant galaxies or parallel dimensions, but right here on Earth beneath the waves that cover most of our planet. Sleep well tonight, knowing that as you rest, strange lights are moving through the ocean darkness, unexplained creatures are swimming in the deep trenches, and somewhere perhaps a ship that vanished decades ago continues its eternal voyage through the midnight realm of the deep sea. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the unknown depths.